Oh, that's the wrong button. God damn it. That's what we were after. I wanted to come to this screen. I clicked the wrong button. That's terrible. What's going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. I've got my trusty piano next to me and over here as well. I woke up. I went to visit my friends. Haven't seen them in a hot minute. Played a board game called Werewolf, if you've ever heard of that. At some point, I'd love to play a game like that. You know, like Among Us type, like what's it called? Like they're like liar games where you're trying to deceive everyone. It's very fun. Anyways, how's everyone going? Today we got ourselves the road to Athens. We're continuing along here. Playoff 2. We've already had playoff 1. So round of 16. We've already seen a couple of games thus far. Let me take you into the bracket so we can show you that off. I think there's been 2 games played thus far, and then all the other stuff that's going on. So here we are. This is our current playoff 2 run. I'm going to talk you guys through it because we're still waiting on these players to get themselves to the or get themselves to Greece, right? So we've got, actually, I got to respond to this. All right. So today we've got Magic and Matreiuss. We've also got Eric versus Eisomarto. You may or may not be getting spoiled right now from the tunison Nyan series, but we will be watching that. There is also Mosca and HellsRavage today. And then tomorrow we've got all the rest of the games. In terms of the actual route to the finals, Mosca, probably the favorites to win in that top side of the bracket. Mosca, Mini Yeti Matador was really close. That could go either way. Grass, 3DB against Garneth is a little bit of an unfortunate pairing there. I definitely, if I was picking the matchups, I would not have let that be a thing, but I'm not. The players get to go up and down their elo as well as they get to perform, and, well, they did manage to meet each other early on there. Then you got Tunison, Eric Eisomarto, Soup, Zookt, Magic Matreiuss. So Soup's road to the finals again this week. He got into the finals last week. It's pretty difficult. He has to get through Magic, and then he has to get through either Tunison, Eric Eisomarto, or Matreiuss, actually. He did beat Matreiuss quite hard. So yeah, that's the thing. Let's jump back over to the main menu at this point, and we will check on the players to see if they've finished their draft or not. Alrighty, so they are still going. I have it up. I will talk it through with you guys as they are going along. Still waiting. They're just about to start their gods. So as that's the case, let's jump over to the head-to-head and see what these guys have had to go through in past events. Wow. These players have never played each other in a tournament before, and that's absolutely wild. I don't believe that for a second. I guess if Matreiuss... I think Matreiuss was normally around the 4th or 5th seed, right? And Magic was normally 2nd seed. So they wouldn't have met until the semis, but that sort of lines up. I guess maybe Magic's just on the other side of the bracket all the time. The Matreiuss. Because these guys, they've both got pretty high win rates. They've both got very similar win-loss record. Obviously, Magic's elo is skyrocketing up to 1293. But yeah, there's stuff going there. I don't have much else to say. Is there a matchup you guys want to see before we move into the draft? Is there something like from two of the players here that you like? What's their story? We can check them out right now before we jump into the draft. What are you guys feeling? I need some interaction with the old chatterinos. Which two players? We could look up some Soup versus someone else games. Either big ego boost or big ego bash down. One of the two, depending on who you go for. Mr. Soup? Oh, I don't know if Mr. will work. Let me try. Nah, the Mr. We don't have the Mr. Soup versus Boit. Nah, unfortunately, that one doesn't count because we can do this one. All right, we'll do this one. We'll do this one. Surely this one will work. I think this one's fair and reasonable, right? Yeah, this one makes more sense to look at. This was before the game got ruined by Magic. There you go. That one there. That's right. That was where the real skill. And then just to make sure everyone knows how skillful this one is, we'll just chuck this one in, and we'll just see what the other bald guy looks like versus. Oh, this is what the real skill looks like. Yeah, it's all about being bald at this point. All right, I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun. Okay. All right, we got Magic and we got Matreiuss today. I'm still waiting for them to finish their draft. They're currently getting through it as gods are getting picked. Do we have John Tomaz in game? The rapper wearing a helmet? No. Tunison. Who should we look Tunison up against? Who's Tunison played a lot against in tournament? Tunison and Mosca. They've played a lot together. That's an interesting matchup. Let's have a look at that one. Tunison, Mosca. 2-1. Quite close. Will I play another tournament ever, or has Chasing the Sun tilted me? Unfortunately, well, I might play one. There's potentially one coming up I think it's in September, or it might be after September. It was announced a little bit ago. Played against Grass 5 times. Let's check that out. Which I might play in because I'm not hosting it. But I don't play in the tournaments that I'm hosting. It's the general. So I played in the last S tier that I didn't host. And before that, I was casting with EGC TV, and I was like, I'd rather cast with EGC TV than play, because I thought that that was going to be sort of better for the game, so to speak. Better for me personally, better for the game as well. But I think in hindsight, I probably should have played back then, but that's okay. Tunison and Grass are incredibly close. That's wild. All right, let's I'm sure IamMagic and Matreiuss are ready to go here as everyone's starting to pile in to watch the antics today. We do have a bit of a star-studded lineup at the moment. These guys are incredibly popular players and incredibly good at the game as well. So there is that. This is going to be a very entertaining series, I think. Jib, what's happening, man? Less here equals more elo. This is somewhat true. There is some evidence that backs this up, that the more hair on the top of the head, the less elo you have. The only real evidence against that is Kavoth, Rapple, Mr. Magic. There's quite a few. Can I buy the tickets there? I think you buy them online. They are available. So if you are planning on going to the LAN in Athens, you should be looking to buy them right now. They are available to buy. Let's jump over to the draft and see what their draft is looking like, guys. Come on, get hype. Yay. Age Mythology. It's your regularly scheduled Thursday action for the entirety of this month. You can't be even more. Well, there you have it. There you have it. Some picks from both players. One incredibly strange draft from Magic, but also has some really big power picks there as well. Matreiuss, on the other hand, he has gone straight down the line from what I would expect him to pick. I'm not surprised on any of his picks. Maybe I'm a little surprised on the Ra and the Isis from Matreiuss. I keep telling him that he shouldn't pick those gods, but there are no Atlanteans in this draft, which does raise the stock a little bit, I think, of Egyptian. Let's talk about that a little bit after I go over these bans. So Magic bans out Poseidon. He just doesn't want to deal with Matreiuss as Poseidon. To be completely honest, Matreiuss Poseidon, it's not as scary as it used to be, in my opinion. Like the only player that I think is scary to play against right now in terms of Poseidon is Mosca. Matreiuss has lost that aura a little bit for me. So the fact that Magic feels like he needs to ban that one out, I don't know if I love that decision. But anyways, he also bans out Set. Now Set's a nice god to kind of make the Freyr pick that he goes for straight away a little bit less powerful. But even then, you can play Freyr into Set. So I don't think I understand the Set ban either. Matreiuss just bans out Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca. I'm not exactly surprised about that. Those are the two power picks. Also, thank you for the Prime Dalbson. Those are the two power picks at the moment from the Aztecs. I think a lot of players are thinking that Huitzilopochtli is very, very strong. Tezcatlipoca is very, very strong. Personally, I think that there are some counters to Huitzilopochtli at the moment. I don't think he's like the standout S+ tier that I once thought. The more I'm playing, the more I'm figuring ways through the game versus that god. Tezcatlipoca, on the other hand, I think we've seen him losing, but it's not been easy ever. So Tezcatlipoca is the god to beat at the moment, if you ask me. But that's banned out. Also, and I can't say that. I can't say that name. Ainra, thank you so much for the prime, my friend. I hope you enjoy your stay here with me. And I have the first matchup, which is going to be a fun one. I think this is definitely a fun matchup for both players. So we'll see how it's going to go, especially with both players currently Magic and Matreiuss, both players with very, very unique styles. If we continue along the draft here, Magic does go into Nuwa Fushi, and personally, I'm really enjoying Nuwa. I'm also enjoying Fushi, though I think that the Nuwa and Shenong are a little bit more solid than Fushi, which is kind of funny because everyone for the longest time was like hyping up on the Fushi side of things. Fushi does get that Najar, which is really, really powerful. But I don't know, there's something about having access to Rushol, which really gives a gigantic assistance over to both Nuwa and to Shenong. But we don't actually see that. We do see the Shenong in the draft as well, actually. Excuse me. Thank you for the gifted sub, Torty U. I appreciate that, my friend. Thanks so much. Okay, so then Matreiuss also picks up Ra and Hades. And I guess I understand those two picks from Matreiuss. There is Mirage, and obviously Matreiuss likes his Ra. But we'll see how that goes. I'm honestly, Ra has had success in this tournament, but it's always been a tough one. It's always been very, very, very tough. I might suggest maybe restart the lobby. Question mark. Hopefully this is all going to be working. All right. So with the Ra Hades gone, I love the Hades pick. I think he's actually quite strong at the moment, but I think you have to play him in the Ares style. So we'll see if Matreiuss wants to go down that route. You do have Athena in some matchups, and it's going to be quite good, but the Ares, missing out on that Ares in certain matchups is going to be quite tough. So we'll see if he's going to pick, let's see what he's going to pick. There is also Budapest to go into for that Hades as well. So he's got two picks where that's concerned. Magic also grabs Quetzalcoatl and Shenong. Of course, Quetzalcoatl is part of the Aztecs, and the Aztecs, they're doing quite well, but I wouldn't say that Quetzalcoatl is that scary major god from the whole kit and caboodle. What is going on here? Apparently they can't join each other. Can I join? I can join. Yeah, both of you guys can restart. All right, that's fine. Thank you so much for the raid, May Shadowfax. Hope you had a fantastic stream. AOM is hard equals people don't enjoy winning equals people leave. If AOM was easy, more people would have joined. To some degree, I think most people end up at a 50% win rate. If you play 10 games, after you play your first 10 games, you generally get to your elo and you start winning 50% of the games. So I don't think that's quite true. Anyways, last two picks from Matreiuss end up being Isis and Loki. Matreiuss says Loki is scary. If there was a god that I would say is the most scary on the Matreiuss roster, it is Loki. His Loki has always been one of my favorite Norse gods to watch. And I think he is the original creator of a less all-in Norse. So for a very long time, Norse players just saw the opportunity to just basically send everything and just try and hit timing attacks and try and just win. And Matreiuss just said, no, what if we go a little bit slower? And he found a different sort of way to play. And he's since been playing that style. It's very, very strong. in my opinion. So I'm pretty excited to see him actually go for that. And then the final pick from Magic, which is a wild final pick, because this is, in my opinion, the strongest god in the game right now, is Susanoo. So Susanoo, final pick from Magic. I think it's strange because the reason it's strange is because I feel like Magic can play that god, and Matreiuss can also play that god. So it's very, very strange that one's gone to the end of the draft. So I don't know why Matreiuss doesn't want to play it. If I was Matreiuss here, I probably would have picked the Susanoo after Amaterasu. If I actually would have picked it over Amaterasu, I would have gone Susanoo first. I don't think Amaterasu is that much of a priority pick, but maybe he wanted to keep those away. But he also had the opportunity to get another Japanese god. Now, the reason I say that Matreiuss, he should be loving the Susanoo, is because he's an amazing raider. And, well, to put it bluntly, Susanoo has got arguably the best multitasking raids available to him inside of the early game kitsunet. But I'm still trying to figure out what's going on, because these guys are still struggling to join up. Why would it say it's full? We're having some issues here, unfortunately. Holy moly, thanks so much for the bits, Eisomarto. Appreciate you, my friend. Hopefully Magic learned something from his first domination. Hopefully. If you like playing versus Susanoo, you must hate yourself. I don't know about going that far, but yeah. Who am I cheering for? I am cheering for Age of Mythology, man. All I want is to see good games played. At the moment, we are struggling to see... struggling to see these guys. Wait. So I might have confused. I got him confused. I want to see 3-2. I don't even care. No. I am fine with a 3-0, but a 3-0 that is incredibly, every game is incredibly close and nail biter. That's better for me than a best of 5 where each game is just a domination from one side. Does that make sense? That would be my, if I got to like draft a narrative and I got to like, and I got to like write how the game goes, that's what I would do. All right. Let's we're almost ready to start here. I think I sent Matreiuss a Rai. He said, Are we on the modded version or not? And I'm like, we're playing on the modded maps, right? That's what I said. And I think Matreiuss thought we were playing on the tournament patch, but we're on the live patch. So in the Tekken community, if we say if we some good games, we say that's some good ass Tekken. This is going to be some good ass AOM. I like that. This is going to be some good ass AOM. How's the YouTube chatters going? I hope you guys are having a fantastic time. I hope you're set up with your snacks, with your water is always good. I have since been having this water bottle on me for quite a while now. Staying hydrated is the key to success. So I think we are almost ready to kick off this game, which means we're almost ready to wait 5 minutes to watch the game. But yeah. Why Saturday games are not best of 7? There's not enough time, basically. We are not having a fantastic time. We have been relegated to second-class citizens. What do you mean? Yeah, unfortunately, one of the rules of being a Twitch partner is I can't display both. I'm not allowed to. That's one of the rules, unfortunately. And I don't want to get on anyone's bad side. Now, what's important is I can see you guys, and you matter to me. So that's all that matters. All right. Okay, we can almost start. Okay, I'm just right. Good luck, have fun. We can almost start talking about this. They are off to the races. Wonderful. Let's start talking about this first game, and we will kick off in a short amount of time here, guys. If this would work, it would be fantastic. Okay. My hard drive is now awake. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for IamMagic versus Matreiuss. These are two goats from the old days, but both seemingly have fallen off just a little bit. But that does not mean that the potential isn't there for them to pull themselves back up to goathood. Magic, he's got 5 tries to get back to the magic of old. He's lost out on his first try in a stunning fashion from Eisomarto, taking him out in that first week. Matreiuss, on the other hand, similar situation. He got absolutely dominated by Soup. Now, because there's so many chances, every week is another opportunity to gain that level back. Now, in my experience, whenever I've had an extended break from Age of Mythology or from anything that I've put time into, so I'm not going to go into too many details, but it takes me somewhere between a month and 2 months of somewhat solid investment to really start feeling back at one with everything. And then, of course, you're still always going to keep on looking to be improving. So both Magic and Matreiuss, I imagine their level throughout this playoffs is going to grow. The question is it going to grow high enough to get them to the finals, get them an opportunity to get a ticket to Athens? For me, I want to see them both in Athens. They're two of my favorite people. So I'm rooting for both of them. I'm rooting for Age of Mythology. Of course, there's a whole bunch of players in this tournament I'd love to see in Athens, as well as you guys as well. They are currently already drafted up. They've got their gods selected. They're in their game. We've got Fushi for Magic. We've got Ra for Matreiuss. Pretty interesting matchup here. Fushi missing out on Rushall is kind of a big deal. I might talk about it a little bit in the game, but we'll see which way Matreiuss is going to be attempting to take this. But I do like the Fushi pick here, regardless of not having that Rushall. Now, on top of this, I also would like to apologize. I don't get to hear it. You guys are going to hear it. We still haven't fixed up a certain feature of the map intro. I don't know if I've just been trolled by Uros or not, but I'm just going to say it out loud here so you guys know. There's going to be a Discord ping. Discord did not ping you. Let's jump into game number 1 on the map Gorge. We'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Fushi, his name is Magic. Well, he is magic. He is the one magic. There isn't another magic out there. On the other hand, in the red color, we've got Matreiuss. It's a Ra versus Fushi on the map Gorge. I'm a big fan of this map. This map has really given some incredible games in the past. And I'm pretty excited to see these two players going up against each other. One thing that I have noticed from Matreiuss in the past is that if he doesn't feel comfortable in the game, feels like he's thrown the position, he doesn't really try to bring it back. He's more happy to just not waste the energy and get into the next game. On the other side, Magic, this guy doesn't give up. He's been able to pull himself back from losing positions more than anyone else I've ever seen in this game. So we'll see if he's going to be even needing to get into that position or not. I bring this up quite a lot where I say Magic is a player who often starts a game off, makes a pretty big blunder, and then spends the rest of the game making genius decisions to pull himself back into the advantageous position. The one thing you don't want when you're playing against Magic is to let his mistakes go unpunished, because if you do, well, he is going to have a field day with you. Now, on the flip side here, one thing that I know Matreiuss loves to do with Ra is play Bast. In this matchup, I don't know how much I like the idea of Bast. Why? Well, Magic's Fushi, he's got himself access to Najar, he's got him access to Jiangxia in the Heroic Age, as well as the Pioneers. Plenty of Sages also can get brought into the mix. It's just a lot of anti-myth unit firepower. So staying away from the myth units to some degree early on does make some sense. Matreiuss is going to be going here for Tar, which I like that call. We also see it as very early second monument. There's never a bad time to drop that second monument, so I like the play even if you're not planning to go straight into myth units. You can always go later. We might see that. I've got a couple of cool ideas for Ra recently, but we'll see if they do end up being an option. Magic, on the other hand, he is going up through Chi Yao, and he does decide to go for 3 Kuafu. Now, what it looks like to me here is that Magic is looking for somewhat of a fast second town center. Now, his opponent here going for Da. It's a little bit scary to go for this so delayed. So he might opt to simply drop down an Imperial Academy, get himself out the Najar, and then go for the town center. He's actually sending the Kuafu over there. This is very scary. Magic here can be under a lot of pressure very, very quickly. Barracks is up, Spearmen are options, and now we see the Kuafus making their way over to this position. Now, the one saving grace here for Magic is he's playing against Ra, and he can probably shut down a lot of the pressure here. But take a look at this obelisk. This obelisk, under empowerment, will spot the town center. Shifting Sands almost guaranteed here to come in as the answer walks forward. And does Matreiuss see this? Because if I'm Matreiuss here, I am going for a Shifting Sands on this, and I'm going to bring villages. I might even go for the Skin of the Rhino here. Yahtze's searching around in the main base. There's the Shifting Sands coming in. One Pioneer on this side, and Magic will be bailing out. He doesn't have any help for this. Pioneer goes down, and that there is a pretty big amount of early game damage done. Matreiuss has to be happy here. Big mistake from Magic. I think if he advanced a little bit quicker here, he probably would have had that finished, or at least been able to stay there. But because he was so late, his town center is denied. And yeah, big advantage for Matreiuss, but it's not the end of the world here for Magic. He's kind of going to be stuck in the classical age, having to do somewhat of a classical fight. He could also rotate up to the top side here and try and drop that town center, but this was a lot of resources lost for Magic. Magic as well can get himself out the Najar and try and fight back a little bit. But this is a very, very good start for Matreiuss. He has to feel good here. On top of this, Matreiuss can also say, great, you're going to go classical fighting now. Let's get to the heroic age and we can start making ourselves some pretty strong chariot archers and see what he can make happen moving forward there. That being said, units are in. Dow swordsmen can take out that priest, and the Yatsa can probably actually take out the rest of those spearmen there, but at the moment, Magic not going after it. Over onto this side now, the priest going down as the Yatsa comes in, looking to try and finish off that spearman there, and, well, the longer this goes on, the closer Matreiuss gets to the next age, and the more pain this is going to be as the Yatsa picks off one spearman. So, some wins here for Magic, but Matreiuss definitely going to walk away from here with somewhat of an advantage. That being said, villager advantage for Magic. He didn't lose any villagers. He just lost idle time on the town center. And now the town center will come up. Sekhmet is on the way, however. So now Matreiuss, especially with the double monuments, he's got access to a couple of scarabs. Doesn't have shifting sands to use if he goes for that because, well, he's got the favor to drop shifting sands again, but he doesn't have shifting sands to use if he goes for that. He doesn't really need it. He can just walk across the map. It's pretty close. Wander in this way, come up this way, walk around here, you're on the town center, you're good to go. That being said, Matreiuss didn't see this town center going up, and he probably expects Magic to be one town center here for the moment. Grabbing this town center at this point for Magic is very, very risky. So if Matreiuss doesn't notice this and doesn't look for the immediate pressure, well, Magic might be able to get through this and be very, very fine. That being said, Matreiuss, well, he definitely spots it. So he's going to have a very good idea of what he can make happen here. And buildings are now coming up. Of course, when Sekhmet gets spotted, Magic just needs to go straight into Najjar, straight into some pioneers, and try and hold the Scarab push, because Matreiuss is basically committed to an all-in here. Kind of. Doesn't have to go for it, but he's kind of committed to an all-in because Magic has chosen to go for this town center here. Main base now under attack as well. Villagers can simply pull back onto the goats. It's not a big deal. Town center getting targeted down. Kwafu are getting built at the moment for a large amount of gold as this gold mine's getting grabbed. So there is some time here for Magic to play with, and we will be seeing the Scarabs coming in, making their way over onto this position. That does get scouted actually by Magic, but he's not building himself that all-important Najjar to hold on. There's no great way for Matreiuss to deal with that as the units charging forward here. Magic does get a couple of nice picks, or at least a little bit of damage. Picks off one priest there. Now Najjar is coming in into the main base as the Scarabs have been spotted. Magic also is going to have to be building himself some Javelineers. When you're in this position and you're against Sekhmet slingers, you do need to get to those White Horse Cavalry. Or if you're playing as Nuwa or Shenong, you don't really have to worry about it, but let's not go there. Magic has made some pretty big, or did make a pretty big mistake, so he is in some trouble here. He is going to have to pull some amazing micro out of here in order to survive, as the Yatsa will sacrifice itself. Those Dao swordsmen coming forward to try and take out these units there as the Wadjet does get taken down. We've also got the lightning weapons to come through. This is going to give a little bit more time in as the Najjar can come over onto this spot and take out the Scarabs. That being said, not happening as the shifting sands coming in into the main base. He goes going after the town center for the time being as the villagers will turn around and start shanking those Scarabs. That's a big 40 favor spent here though, as the Najjar gets pulled back. I don't think you're going to keep the town center alive. The villagers here also have to be careful of that death blow from these Scarabs. Look at the damage that comes down onto the villagers as they're all going to start going down and... Matreiuss deletes the other Scarab, taking the town center out. That's not the biggest of deals here, though, for... that's not the biggest of deals here for Magic. Magic's still got this Peach Blossom Spring, which he should be on at the moment. Waiting on that Peach Blossom Spring here. This doesn't matter in the slightest. He needs to start eating that, get that 1400 food in, and he's going to be in a great position. Matreiuss just invested 40 favor, as well as 2 Scarabs to kill off that town center. He did get some Vil picks, but not many. but not many. Meanwhile, Slingers coming through as they are going to start their shoot and scoot here against the Dows that are happily charging forward. There's a lot of Pierce armor in these Dow swordsmen. And actually, Magic is just going to say, give me the town center back. As watchtowers to come through. And with watchtowers, there's not going to be a whole lot of stuff here to happen. It's up onto the top side. This has been spotted. The gold mining operation has been spotted. Magic is still getting villagers out, even though he's had the town center down as well. So he should be okay here. But the smaller edges are starting to get built up for Matreiuss. He's going to drop double siege works and probably look to build some siege towers. Magic really needs a heroic age here. He really needs a heroic age. He can go new bar if he wants to, but he does need to go into the Tao Wu. But I think the better play is to just go Gormang and get yourself access to the White Horse Cav boost. And that's going to be his answer moving forward. Magic's still not coming up onto this Peach Blossom Spring. I don't know what he's saving that for. In fact, if I'm Matreiuss here, I'm almost thinking, let me send my villagers forward and just take this. Because Magic, if he doesn't defend, which I don't think he can right now, another town center from Magic. This is going to get spotted, and Magic will try and pull away. Giving himself a little bit of time onto this one. It's now the Peach Blossom Spring happily coming through. Still no armory from Magic, but he does have a market. No problems there. As the Slingers are going to try and come through and see this Peach Blossom Spring. As the Kwafu ends up going down. Units coming forward. No Javelineers here. I mean, a little bit of a mistake because you can definitely use those to take out the Slingers. But it doesn't matter if you can get this Peach Blossom Spring actually grabbed. He should be fine here. That being said, the Slingers continuing to motor around the map, continuing to get some damage done. One villager ends up going down. And now the siege towers are on the way. But Magic has still got... Well, he doesn't actually have a villager lead anymore. He's lost a lot of villagers here. Can he actually pull this game back is going to be the big question. Lots and lots of Slingers does mean a very, very big weakness to the White Horse Cavalry transition. So Matreiuss will be needing Spearmen in very quickly here. On the flip side, Magic doesn't have the time at the moment. He's going to lose this town center momentarily. Kwafu coming up to the top. Ballet coming down as well. Siege towers on their way. Lots and lots of resources in for Magic as well. He is getting caught out in a very big way here as the Tao Wu comes through. All he has to do is take out this this position. So all these siege towers, and he survives on this spot. Is now onto the backside. One ballet, a second ballet also coming down. But now there's a problem with gold to actually get those White Horse Cav in. As the Tao Wu hanging in this spot, you can also use that special to get damage onto everything. That's not going to be happening. The White Horse Cav slowly starting to come through as the Kwafu coming up onto the top side. Slingers into the main base, looking for villagers to pick. The watchtower is still there, causing some issues. It's the White Horse Cav slowly coming through, and there come the Spearmen for Matreiuss. There is another move here for Matreiuss as well, which would be to ignore these ballet and go for the main base again with another Shifting Sands, which is going to be up momentarily. But for the moment, a little bit scary actually for Matreiuss as those Slingers out of position. He's going to be pulling back. Magic will be starting to look for his own raids here all over the place, but it is 2 town centers versus 1 town center now, so the longer this goes on, the harder it is for Magic to maintain, or not even maintain, it's to just keep a lead or keep himself in this game. Does push forward a little bit, but caught out, and he has to figure out the next move here is now the White Horse Cav. Going to come up to the top. I think the simplest move actually for Matreiuss now is to go Mythic Age for Horus with a nice transition into Horus Spearman. Rather than go for anything too crazy aggressive, he is in a good spot. Slingers coming through here. They're going to get taken out by the towers. In onto this position, though, there's also going to be Camel Riders coming through. So Magic needs to figure that out as well. Onto the top side, Migdol Stronghold under attack. And now the Halberdier, White Horse Cavs. Town Center coming back up over here. Of course, Matreiuss grabbing a third Town Center does give a lot of play actually back to Matreiuss. I don't like this play from Matreiuss in the slightest. That being said, his villages are safe to some degree with the Migdol Stronghold on them. These ones are not. And the main base is going to be under fire here. No real god powers to be used at the moment. And the upgrades actually not just in for Magic. He's going to be waiting on those. He might have to sacrifice the town center to some degree here. He's now ready to take the fight. The town center falling isn't really the end of the world for Magic. All he needs to do is win this fight. He's got himself the towers to help out. The White Horse Cavalry are incredibly strong. There's really no answer in this army for the Matreiuss army. He's shifting sands up to the top now. Going after the ballet here. Is the Kwafu going to turn and start trying to defend on this spot? The Kwafu will get some repairing in. Those speedy White Horse Cav up to the top side to try and deal with this. This is a wild attack from Matreiuss at this point. Losing the ballet does lose that forest protection, but the entirety of Matreiuss's army for this attack, is that worth it? Is the big question. One siege tower down, a second siege tower down. The last ballet, I think this is going to survive here. And into the main base, the town center coming back up for Magic with every villager he possibly can. There's also a handful of Halberdier on this spot, but he can't quite get this position. He can garrison 10 vills into the tower. White Horse Cavalry coming back in here to try and defend. And we'll see if Matreiuss's attack here has managed to make this happen. He's really far in front now. He's up by 30 villages. This town center, he's going up to 4 town centers as well over here, as Magic's road ahead of him to win this game is incredibly long, but he's got a gigantic military advantage. Spotting the villagers up here at the moment, there is no upgrades for them. Matreiuss needs himself survival equipment. He needs himself Skin of the Rhino. We have got ourselves a couple of mercenary infantry coming through, as, of course, once the Camel Riders come in, they're not upgraded enough. They're not going to be beating these White Horse Cav in the slightest. The Magic says, I can run. Getting the town center up. Farms coming through as well here. So villagers will pop over onto the bottom gold mine. And Magic, with that rain coming through, Magic has to realize it's a big amount of food, which should lead to a big amount of spearmen. And spearmen are the one unit, I think, that Magic doesn't really have a chance versus with the current units that he's building. But for some reason here, Matreiuss is not going into the spearmen. He's building Camel Rider. That's fine. But you also have to somehow deal with Halberdier as the villagers get pushed off of this gold mine up onto this spot as well. This gold mine's going to be getting taken or finishing up. We'd have a quick look at the upgrades for Matreiuss. Both players, they're missing very important economic upgrades here. This Migdol Stronghold falling and this town center falling is the most important thing for Magic at the moment, so he can secure 3 town centers and try and pull himself back in. But Magic, he is losing units. Matreiuss is fighting his way into holding after that big attack failed. A little bit of raids down onto this spot, but that gets dealt with. More Halberdiers are coming through. Is there any other food on the map? There is some boar up here, so you could definitely be taking those peasants off that and put them onto the hunt just to get a little bit more food in. And now behind this comes the Horus, as the villager lead has manifested. in something very, very tangible here for Matreiuss, and that will be a Mythic Age and some big advantage to come forward momentarily. The fact that he's going Horus here as well, I'm scratching my head because I just don't understand why we're not seeing the Spearman, but I guess he needs to have some speed to chase those White Horse Cav around. Over onto this side trying to take down the walls as some Camel Riders do get caught out in the middle of the map. Every little bit of damage for the moment is kind of a big deal up onto this spot. Villagers now getting taken down. They are now white. They are Skin of the Rhino'd up, so they've got a lot of survivability, but not a huge amount of extra damage or anything. Even if you get the other upgrade, it's not a huge amount of damage. There's now more halberdiers to come through. Walls going up all over the place for Matreiuss, as he says, my answer to winning this game is going to be full map control. Another military camp. And we do have to remember that this game started off with Matreiuss having a ridiculous advantage. Denying that second town center early on, picking off the second town center as well. Huge amounts of villager kills. Great split here from Magic, though, as he gets on top of the slingers, but he is taking the White Horse Cav into that Citadel center, which is a terrifying place to be, as the halberdiers continuing to get some damage done up onto this side. Magic is pulling himself into a position that he's got somewhat of a competitive income. The big problem, though, is once Spearmen come through, well, now how do you deal with this Egyptian army? Myth Unit is kind of the only great option, or some sort of transition into infantry, a complete infantry army. Onto the top side, Avengers coming through. More Axemen on the way. We've got the Catapult also coming through. And there goes that Tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue, as I don't think... There is the Najjar in, but it is sitting where? Right in onto this spot. He needs that to take out the Avenger. Villagers need to get back onto this gold mine for Magic to have any hope, as the siege crossbows going after the town center for the time being. Up onto the top side, the walls are in as these villagers getting pushed off there. As the catapults to take down the town center on this side might be a little bit too much for Magic at the moment. Camel Riders going down. Slingers continuing to sling. Catapult get brought back. That one goes down, but the White Horse Cavalry are in. They're going to finish off all of those slingers for the time being. And another lightning weapons as well, just to help out, confirming the win on this side. While this is going on, onto the top side, Matreiuss's macro has slipped in this moment, as the top town center is almost finished off. Magic is getting himself gold over here. He can also come back and finish off this gold mine. How is Magic doing this? He's able to make anything happen, it seems. As the town center falls, 72 villas for Magic. It's still not quite equal to what Matreiuss has. Matreiuss is getting himself up barracks, it seems, somewhere. 3 barracks coming up onto the top to try and get himself some production, as the Spearmen will start coming through. On the flip side here, Magic doesn't have a single upgrade into archers. How is he going to deal with these Spearmen, with Axemen, these Horus Spearmen Axemen? Magic making his way up here now, going to look to try and take the town center for himself. 4 town centers is indeed more than 2, and, well, Magic definitely needs as much as he possibly can. As up to the top side, back over here, another ballet. Ballet for this gold. I don't know about that one, as the villagers will be pulling away. These Spearmen are too much for Matreiuss. Well, not for Matreiuss, for Magic on this spot. Does come in with the White Horse Cav to pick off a couple of vills, but little bits of assistance there, as now the Fire Archers, they are up to medium. Magic in search of villagers to kill. There are a lot of villagers on this backside, but I mean, are there enough Whitehorse Cab to really make that do anything is the big question. Main base over here. Spearman charging forward. Magic really, he's only got 400 gold left. It's just not going to be enough. He needs this top position here. Up over here, we do have the siege crossbow going down before the Migdol stronghold ends up falling. There's the villagers here, slowly getting taken down. And these Whitehorse Cav will pull back onto the top side. More units falling as well. And this top ballet will end up going down. I don't see it for Magic at the moment. He fought hard. He almost managed to strangle his way back into this game, but I think Matreiuss has held on. And the back villagers now going down. Gold mine going down. Halberdiers up to the top to try and support here. The Kwafu can get some shots in, but Matreiuss has full control of the map, getting himself his town center back over here. He can also look for a market in one of these corners to start a massive trade route if need be. His queue is gigantic. Magic now going to attempt to start a trade route. I mean, he's got a lot of markets up. This is somewhat of a last-ditch effort. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. I mean, if he can build himself out enough fire archers to hold, I don't know if he can, because this catapult, that's going to put a stop to this. This town center is going to fall. That's a stop to the food income around here as well. And the spearmen don't really care about dying for the time being here. Magic's villager numbers are falling drastically, as it looks like game one is going to be going to Matreiuss. A hard-fought 28-minute, 30-second game. Which was kind of decided in the early stages of this game. Magic going for this late advance into Town Center versus Ptah. Just go for Juan-Nu. Click Vanish on the villagers, finish the Town Center, and win the game. It is literally that simple. These sort of shifting sands plays, they work in very specific situations. And unfortunately for Magic, he didn't really even attempt to play around. He wanted the lightning weapons and a town center, which is a little bit too much. If he wants to do the town center, he should probably get himself some units out first and then go for it with Chi Yao. But unfortunately, he's not able to bring it back. Magic, well, Matreiuss, there's too many M's here. Matreiuss on the scorer's table here. He's up 1-0. We'll see if Magic can bring this one back, or if Matreiuss is going to continue his winning ways here. Really, really good start for Matreiuss. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. All right, so our next map is going to be on Budapest. It's going to be a Frere versus Hades, and we'll see how this one's going to go. Hustling is OP now. I mean, did you not see how bad they did when he actually had units out? The only reason that game was so close was because of the slingers. Like, we don't need to talk about it anymore. You guys actually understand that, right? Or are we all just trying to rage bait Boit at the moment? Oh dear. Alrighty. Let's continue along here. A win is a win. Yep. That's how it works. Okay, so we got another game here. Frere versus Hades. Now, Frere versus Hades. So the Hades... The Hades has to go Ares here, right? Going Athena doesn't really make sense versus Freyr. You go Hades, you go Ares, you go Hypaspist, Hippias, and Cyclops, and you can really shut down a lot of what Freyr wants to do. Hypaspist, Hippias, and Cyclops has to be the right call here for Matreiuss. But I know Matreiuss is an Athena enjoyer, and I know that a lot of players are kind of stuck on their own meta, so to speak, for how to make this all work. Well, let's jump into our second game here. See if Magic can bring it back. Got off to a bit of a shaky start. Tournament nerves and all the other good stuff. We're going to go into Budapest, everyone's favorite water map. Let's go. And off into game 2 we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Magic playing as Fushi. No, he just played as Fushi. That's Freyr. You can see what sort of mind and state I'm in at the moment. On the top side of the map, we've got Matreiuss. He's playing as Hades. Budapest is the map. And we've got ourselves the docks coming in onto the top side. And Matreiuss actually deciding to go for the more safe dock. Faster to get this dock up, faster to get going. But there is potential for you to lose the middle of the map. But we'll see how this matchup ends up playing out. A lot of players have been steering sort of, well, not really actually. We've seen a lot of Heimdall here with Loki, with Odin. We've seen a lot of Hades here. We've seen some Amaterasu, some China here. This is probably the first time I've seen Freyr on this map. Now, this is the first pick for Magic. He's obviously feeling incredibly comfortable with his Freyr on this map, so we'll see how it's going to go. Relics here, we have Fetters of Fenrir as the butterflies flying behind General Malagius. Over onto this side, we've also got the Ring of the Nibelung, 0.5 gold per second for the rest of the game there. Chariot of Sibel here. This is 60 seconds of free golden lions there. Well, every 60 seconds when your golden lions die, they respawn. And the little crow circle for the armory upgrades for weapons, becoming 50% cheaper. So always nice where that's concerned. Alrighty. So game plan here for Matreiuss, in my opinion, is either you rush Heroic Age for a fortress and you start trying to siege the Freyr down. And that's the Athena play. Or you stick in the Classical Age. You force the Classical Age fight. Or a Heroic Age fight, doesn't really matter. With Cyclops, with Hypaspist, with Hippias. This has been a strat that I think kind of started popping up maybe about a year and a half ago for Ares. I think Soup was a big fan of this one, and he was beating a lot of the Freyr players with it. The way to counter it, it's very, very difficult for the Freyr. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. Nonetheless. Second dock on this left side from Matreiuss. He does steal away some fishing ships here, as I think Magic has stopped his production for the time being. And we will see how it goes. And there is the Ares. I'm not exactly surprised to see this. It just makes sense for Hades to go Ares here. And in fact, most of the time on water maps, I think it makes sense to go Ares for Hades. Currently. There's a couple of matchups where Athena is going to be really, really helpful and necessary, but this is definitely not one of them. That being said, it's not a straight cut game. Not for either player here. So you can't just expect anything to happen. Temple coming up in the main base here for Magic as both players have left this right shore, this right fish open, which is kind of wild. Did this get scouted? It did get scouted from Matreiuss, but not scouted from Magic here as the Kataskopos down to 17 HP. And Ulla is going to be the god of choice. Very, very late advance from Magic. Competitive, fast advance actually from Matreiuss. Matreiuss loves the faster advances on these maps. He wants to put pressure on immediately. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ship coming out of this side immediately. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We've got the Juggernaut coming through. We've also got Persine on the back dock to boost up that fish income. And Magic is going to have to garrison all of his fish here. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, an attempt at a dock here as the Kataskopos getting involved. 17 HP in a dream for that Kataskopos as the Ajax coming up here as well. Cyclops to take out the dock, and it looks like Magic is actually going to be losing this position here. We'll see if Magic can sort of stabilize after all of this happens. We've got a random Hersa coming in to drop another dock down over onto this bottom side. Makes sense. There's another Hersa to come in. Running with the Cyclops to try and keep that alive is very, very important. Of course, the Hersa can chase this down. At this point, it's just going to be trading HP for HP. Not really much you can do about that. But with some hoplites to come through, that will keep the Cyclops alive with at least maybe a half a HP in as the dock goes down. Fishing ships can bail over onto this position as Magic will be needing a little something something as the fishing ships will come through onto this bottom side. And little pressure up onto the top as the Dreki to come through. Now, Magic should probably be garrisoning these into the dock, and if he wants to fight this back, because it's not simple here. It's not simple at all. In the main base, there is also a barracks, so throw an Axeman and Berserks and things like that can come in as the Dreki does actually decide to pop out immediately. Trireme gets turned around here. Another Trireme actually coming through as the Ajax to come in. That's going to take out the Draugr as the Cyclops also coming through. Hersa going to get brought around to finish off that Cyclops. It's a little bit too out in the middle of the map here, and Magic takes full advantage out of that early on, but still hasn't finished his dock off. Can you win this fight with this amount of Hersa is the question. I think the answer is a resounding yes. As the longboats coming through, this dock is going to get prevented. One idea here for Matreiuss would be to move over onto the right side and just finish off this dock rather than fighting so hard for the top side. Because behind this, the simple fact is that Matreiuss can go Heroic Age. And Heroic Age gives, of course, Curse, but also, more importantly, that Fortress. And we'll see what the plan is for Magic, as it looks like Matreiuss does get a slight advantage here early game. A slight advantage generally isn't going to be enough to win a game. He's up 8 fishing spots. So it's not the end of the world. We have also got the Pentaconta coming through onto this right side as well, and a potential to grab Deimos' Sword of Dread here. Now, he doesn't have to get it because he can unlock it just by going to the Heroic Age, but it does boost up the Hypaspis damage regardless, and it's a unit that is a must build for Matreiuss in this game. As the fishing ship's going to be hiding off into the corner of the map. Do have a longboat as a defensive reaction up here, and now Hippias are going to start coming through for Matreiuss. Another dot coming in from Magic as he knows that this side of the water is very, very important. The issue is he's pumping units out. Asgardian Hillfort comes down, makes you feel like this gold mine is secure, but realistically, with Ares in, with Pestilence, it simply just isn't. And Matreiuss feels like he's got something he can actually do here. Now, I don't think he wins the fight. There's a lot of units here for Magic, but he's going to be attempting to do something as the Hillfort is going to finish up, and, well, The next play for Matreiuss is very, very simple. Wander forward, place a fortress in the center, start looking to siege down Magic's position. And because Magic hasn't actually managed to make enough units out, has not managed to force in-base sentinels here just yet. Onto the backside, Magic says town center is going to be his angle. Not a terrible idea. Does he have an armory up? Yes, he does. So armory, advance, back town center makes some sense, but there's not quite enough gold in the bank for Magic to make that happen. As the villagers will wander forward, and this will always be the big play from Hades, from Greek in this matchup. You walk in, you put the fortress down, and you live the dream. That being said, a simple counter for Magic is going to be Gullimbursty plus Tempest. And he gets his market up, going to be selling, and he's going to attempt to get to the next age. I imagine on this... No, he goes into the hometown center. Is a risk, to say the very least. It's a risk because his town center can get sieged down. That being said, there's 22 seconds here, 75 seconds here, plus 20 seconds-ish to get the Metropolis out, and all the time it's going to take the town center. I think he's going to be fine here. And on top of this, I mean, losing the town center isn't the end of the world because he's got 2 town centers to 1 town centers. But buildings getting taken down up onto the top side, trying to finish off this dock so he can at least get to equality on the food income. And to be honest, behind all of this, I really like the idea for Matreiuss to go Mythic Age here. Mythic Age would feel really good. It's currently sitting a lot of on a lot of resources as the hoplites charge forward. They're going to get taken down, though. That hurts a lot as Ballistics now comes in to make those Thrown Axemen even more powerful. But of course, now Matreiuss has got access to Peltast. And Peltast, they take out Thrown Axemen really, really quickly. The one thing that Magic needs is going to be Rock Giants. Rock Giants are going to help out in a really big way. As the Heroic Age comes through, Magic's got a lot of military for the moment. Upgrades coming in all over the place. It's going to take so long with just the 1 armory. Onto the top side, all these fishing spots will be now Magic's to claim. Towers going down. Any push here, this is very, very difficult for Magic to push. But he doesn't need to attack here. One very simple way to play with the Zom coming down on this side is to rotate around here and go into the main base. You don't have to kill the middle. Of course, you lose your town center, but your opponent loses their town center. The more buildings falling as the houses are going to continue to come up. Berserk's trying to circle around and find another place to get some damage done, get some side builds up. Another armory coming up onto the back here as the catapult's now wandering forward. Of course, Matreiuss very aware that he can't come too close because this Gullimbursty will get a lot of damage done. So the units are going to try and repair this up. Remember, Frere does have free repairing, and his units doesn't really matter. They're fine here. But Matreiuss is coming in. This is exactly what Magic wants as he drops the Gullimbursty. He drops the Tempest, and in he goes right now. That's going to be a lot of dead units. Of course, there is still a Curse. There is still a Pestilence available for Matreiuss, but there's also the Portable Ram here, and that damage from Magic was absolutely huge as the double Rock Giants to come in, and Matreiuss doesn't want to see it any longer. He was playing it so well, but he got overexcited as the town center was getting close to being destroyed. He needed to sit back out of range. Even if the Gullimbursty comes down, you can just run. But Magic waits it out, gets that advantage in, and makes Matreiuss pay. I don't like that Matreiuss went Heroic Age here in hindsight. He had such momentum in the Classical Age. He has access to Hypaspist in the Classical Age. You can stay Classical Age. You can go Cyclops to help him take out those throwing axemen. In going Heroic Age, in going for this fortress, this is the meta play, but obviously Magic is prepared for the meta play. He expected this. This is why that Frere was such a priority pick for Magic in this game. And sometimes when your opponent knows what's coming, you have to start diving deep into the strategy book to come up with a counter to what they have countered. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what these players are going to pick for the next game. It's 1-1 now. Both players are in and ready. At this point, you can say tournament jitters have stopped and it is full focus to see who's going to be winning. Let's get back to the draft. Alrighty, our next game is going to be a Shenong versus Loki. On, what was the map? On the map, Blue Lagoon. Everyone's favorite lagoon is very blue. Alrighty. Everyone's favorite goon. Who is less rusty, Magic or Matreiuss? I think it's about equal. All right, let's see. Have these players kicked off to the races or are they just chilling? Okay, they are off now. Fantastic. Alrighty. So Magic here on Shenong, Matreiuss on Loki. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a simple matchup by any stretch, but I feel like Loki does need a little bit of magic to win this game. And what I mean by that is you got to be playing around with your mobility, not getting caught out, playing very sneaky with your dwarves, with your gathering of gold, and going that way. Matreiuss has got the ability to use those Hersa, to use that Hall of Thanes to find himself an advantage. But we'll see if he can actually make it happen in this one or not. Now, Magic, to be honest, his game plan here has got to be quite simple. Very, very simple, at least early game. And that is he's got a turtle. He's got to build a really nice base. And he's got to go for what we like to call the Chi Yao Death Ball. Now, there are 2 TC plays here versus Norse if it's that type of map. If there's a really, really good second gold mine, you can go for that fast second town center. You can go into your defensive game plan and you can try and make that happen and work. And it's pretty solid. And it's sort of like in tournament setting, going for a defensive game plan can sometimes be a little bit less, a little bit less risky, so to speak. But also in tournament, you got to back yourself. And if it does call for it, you got to go for the strong play to take advantage of the weaknesses of your opponent's god, which is going to be, like I said, that death ball. So it's death ball versus barbarian style raiding gameplay to move into game number 3 here. Magic Shenong, Matreiuss Loki, and Blue Lagoon. Let's jump into it and see how it's going to go. And off we go. Right-hand corner of the map. Magic. Dropping the Shenong's farms immediately. As he is playing Shenong. Left-hand corner of the map. Matreiuss as Loki. The map spawns in, and we do have ourselves a very aggressive map, but a very wallable map. Now, I'm going to bring it up. I like to bring it up every single time because it's just something that I do not believe in. I don't believe in this. Early game immediately placed Shenong farms from Shenong. It just slows you down. And against Loki in 2026, with all of the aggressive plays available, I don't feel like slowing stuff down is a great idea. On top of this, the whole purpose of the Shenong farm is that it extends your ability to stay in your base, because your food will last for longer because you're not gathering it with 2 villagers. So you're like the amount of food lost would normally be about, let's just call it 110-ish resources per minute with 2 villagers not gathering on it. So you get 110 more resources to play with every single minute that goes by. But what Magic has done here is he's herded all of the giraffe underneath the town center, and then all of a sudden, these units here are going to be decaying. I can't exactly remember how fast they decay. Loggy's tooltip is not coming in to save me here. I think they decay at about 1 food every 2 or 3 seconds. I mean, we can kind of see it here. Maybe it's every 4 seconds. Regardless, they will all be decaying at that. So it's almost like losing 1 food every second that passes. 1 per 5. There you go. Anyways, that's my big take on this, and you can actually see a huge amount of food from Matreiuss. Now, there probably is some rhyme or reason here why Magic likes doing this, but we'll see if it's going to work out for him. But I do think that his game plan does need to be, let's play safe. Now, I want to bring this up as well because this is a little known feature of China. It's counterintuitive because it doesn't work this way with Oracle Scouts. But if you're playing as China and your expanded land gets cut off by the flat earth, you don't actually get the favor. So putting this temple over here to try and get as much value as possible doesn't actually get that. So probably putting it back in the middle here, a little bit more safe, would be a little bit better. But it is on the back of his base, a little bit hard for Magic to lose that one to any sort of Matreiuss pressure. So we'll see how it all goes. Meanwhile, Matreiuss, 4 SETI. Has he grabbed any upgrades? Generally, we don't see Norse players getting their early economic upgrades. Not exactly sure if it's just because it slows them down too much or whatnot, but relics are going to start coming through. Let's have a look. We've got Tirfing and Gantir's sword. This is huge for Matreiuss. He wants to build HellsRavage. Lifesteal for HellsRavage is going to feel really nice. Over onto this side, there's also the Pygmalion statue. That's huge, actually, for Magic because he's going to get under the pump here quite a bit as well. On top of this, Magic has picked up the relic I Move Faster. That's what this actually is pronounced as. You might look at it and say there's no way that's what it's pronounced as, but I can tell you that's the technical pronunciation for this. I Move Faster, as all units move 2.5% faster, which does include the villagers. There's 3.7 speed, 3.9 speed, and all the other good stuff. As up onto the top, the Pioneer attempting to bring back this relic. It will go after the troll for the time being, as 1 Dao Swordsman is in. Of course, Magic's Pioneer here will get caught out. Takes a couple of attacks as the Dao is trying to keep that bad boy alive. And, of course, it will get back home. As more units are slowly starting to come through. To some degree, I'm not sure why Magic didn't open up with Fire Archers. Because you know that HellsRavage are coming through. You don't even have to scout it. HellsRavage are the first unit that Norse builds, basically no matter what. But that being said, main base under attack. Yatsa almost taking out a Dwarf, not able to do so. Matreiuss is there for the defense at the moment. It's the Dao Swordsman coming forward. And still no... We do have that Machine Works now coming through. Up to the top here. The Yatsa will dash out, keep itself alive, and the game will continue along as more Huafu are coming through. I should say as well, I think it is a lot better to build your military buildings with the Quafu overbuilding them with a villager, it takes a long time for them to come online. And you can get into some trouble here as Magic is actually moving outside of his base. And I think this is what Matreiuss is going to be wanting here. And the problem with the Dao Swordsman, problem or not problem, I don't really mind what you say, but they've only got 4 speed. Now they've got 4.1 speed, actually. Magic's going to be zooming around this map. They've only got a small amount of speed, which means getting caught out, you don't really have the option to run. So you have to play inside of the Chinese army and inside of that. Whenever you play with a slow army, you have to play inside of the fact that retreating isn't an option. And that's the same thing for whenever you play with a slow myth unit, whenever you play with a slow human unit, whenever you're playing with siege, you're not retreating. So you have to be 100% certain that you're going to be winning fights if you're moving out. At which case, right now, Magic, he probably should be waiting a little bit longer, playing in the base and making himself his death ball, like I said earlier. As Spy is dropped onto this army, so Matreiuss sees everything. Walls will start to come up here. And the game plan for Matreiuss should be to get himself to a position where this gold mine is walled and safe and untouchable to some degree. As the Herser desperately trying to chase down the Yatza. 5.5 speed is enough to chase that Yatza down. It does have, again, that I move everything faster relic. So 5.4 speed is one quick good boy. As he will get out of there for the time being. So coming down to the bottom side. And I have to give credit where credit's due. This building placement from Magic is gorgeous. He has a very, very safe base here. As the units will slide, sneak in plain sight around this side before pulling out. And Magic now says, I'm ready to look for some actual damage because I think he is rightfully so. I think Matreiuss is trying to get to the heroic age here. And a movement forward with any small amounts of pressure is going to be incredibly good for him. The big problem for Matreiuss is going to the heroic age doesn't really give him a huge amount. Flaming weapons will trigger lightning weapons. Then I guess Matreiuss has to run away and then re-engage after 20 seconds or so passes. But even so, you lose half your army to that lightning weapons. So it's a tough one. As the main base is now going to be under attack, we've got ourselves watchtowers coming through as Magic pokes his face forward. Gold not quite enough there for Matreiuss to get to the heroic age, as all of his villagers getting idled. It's so much damage from Magic at the moment. There's just nothing coming through as the raiding cavalry are going to try and charge forward to take out a fire archer, not able to do so. There is going to be that healing spring to get those units back up to full HP, so not the end of the world there. As Magic will pull away. Villagers need to get back to work. These dwarves on the food for the moment. They will move away and look for something else. Meanwhile, Magic also... This is such a strange town center for Magic, though. I'm not sure I quite understand this one. Because this does play into what Matreiuss wants to do. Which is, Matreiuss wants heroic age. And he wants to be able to win a fight in order to get a huge amount of favor in. To then start exerting his pressure on the map. So, I guess the way that this works for Magic is he wins the fight. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that with the town center up. As he grabs that one, he'll move over onto this spot, grab himself the gold mine, and start moving forward. So the watchtower here will end up going down. Bragi is halfway finished. Losing the temple is kind of a big deal here as well, because he drops Dwarven Horseshoes and Tearfing Anger into his sword. It's a big, big loss for Matreiuss. Now the unit's coming around and Magic on this second gold mine. He does need to protect this walls. or buildings getting dropped around this is very, very important. It's the Hersa sneaking over here. He is going to be searching for villagers to kill. Now, the good thing about playing Shenong is you can just continue to make Shenong farms. It is worth it. 5 favor. Never leave your base. You get a big amount of food income. And also, you don't really need to spend that food either, because you're going to be building mostly Dao Swordsmen. Behind this, we see Rushul coming through as well. That is a very big thing for Magic. He's on a Tech Second Town Center. He's getting his gold in. The Herso do come through. Celine Dion in. Unmonarch in. TSM player in as the Kwafu does get caught out. It's not the end of the world here to lose that one. He tried to go for a farm to try and save it, but unfortunately not able to do so. If he wanted to, he could have dropped the farms like around this position here. So you put the gold, the silo on the corner, farm, and then you are good to go. There's a marker coming up from Matreiuss. Dwarves coming over onto this side as well to get to the gold mine. So we do have ballistics coming through from Magic. Very, very important for him to have that. It shuts down the Herso raids quite a bit. If he doesn't have the ballistics, then, well, the Herso can just charge around. No real problems. Villagers up to the top side as well. This is scary for Magic because there's no defense here. So he does have to simply just sit back, wait, watch, and kind of hope to some degree that he can position himself in a way that stops Matreiuss from doing a whole lot. Now, Matreiuss has taken the advantage here. He's on the second gold mine, which normally is a little bit tricky. And Matreiuss is spamming Ox cards. Matreiuss is spamming Ox cards. What Matreiuss is saying here is, he's saying, I don't think Magic can micro. That's literally what he's saying. These units do nothing. They cost 40 resources. They do nothing, but they do have 133 pierce armor, effective pierce armor, effective pierce HP, versus a unit that does 4 DPS, 4 pierce damage per second. And in comes the Ox Cart charge. Is this going to be enough? There is also Fey Beast to come through. As there goes the flaming weapons. The units get sent packing. Fey Beast onto the back line. Say goodbye to your throwing axemen. As the Fey Beast will go down, more Ox Carts coming through, and I don't think that works. And Matreiuss will tap out. He went for it, but just too much stuff here from Magic. I think potentially if he'd had all the resources spent, had a whole bunch of Battle Boar out, maybe, I don't know, maybe did this with Njord and gone for Mountain Giants instead. Maybe that would have been an angle, but this idea here is a little bit outlandish. Of course, well played from Matreiuss. Well played from Magic to not panic and just go, what the hell is this? Let me just kill it all. And we've got ourselves a 2-1 situation as Magic is 1 win away from being able to participate in his first weekend of the Gameathlon Road to Athens playoff 2. Let's jump back to the draft, see what they're going to pick for the next one. Alrighty then. Our next matchup looks like it is going to be on the map Giza, and it is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus a Matreiuss matchup. Giza, right? Right. Yeah, I think there's a couple of ways that Magic probably could have got punished a little bit in that game. Like, he went a little too aggressive in the middle of the map, and Matreiuss kind of just let that happen. He took some fights there, did some damage, slowed Magic down. That would have been good. Maybe if Matreiuss stayed classical age for longer, tried to get some more raids in or something like that. Yeah, so the whole idea behind the Ox cards is that Halberdier and Fire Archer, they have low base damage. So the Ox card is just sitting in the army, tanking, while your units are just happily fighting. So yeah, it does something, but to be honest, I don't think it's worth it. Was it a Matreiuss versus Ket's the matchup where Matreiuss got pillared 4 times? Maybe. I don't really remember. All right, we're just waiting on these guys to get going. They are off to the races now. Okay. So let's talk Quetzalcoatl versus Amaterasu, because Quetzalcoatl is one of the new gods. Amaterasu is also another DLC god. But what makes Quetzalcoatl special here? What makes Amaterasu special? Well, Amaterasu's main benefit is inside the samurai. Quetzalcoatl's main benefit is actually inside the noble's hut, or the eagle warrior. You get the eagle warrior with an extra range in the heroic age, an extra range in the mythic age, as well as a little bit of extra HP from memory. Problem is that nothing inside the noble's hut helps you versus those samurai. So I think that Matreiuss's best play here is to play for a second town center. Grab that second town center, make the samurai, maybe make the cavalry, and play for a more economic advantage where you can kind of just push forward. And even if you're getting kited for the entirety of the game, you're just going to be able to push through it all. Kind of makes some sense. And on top of that, you can drop down the solar shield to help that push even more. On top of that, you've got the Raiju, which are an amazing answer to Eagle Warrior to boot. So some sort of a fast second talent center from Matreiuss actually feels like a pretty good idea here, especially if the Quetzalcoatl or Magic is going to play for a fast heroic. Would Huskal have worked there? I think the best play from Matreiuss was to have the scout on the second town center going up and then just simply go second town center himself. I think he panicked. He didn't realize when that second town center completed. It wasn't that far. I think that Matreiuss could have dropped a second town center and tried to sort of outplay to bring himself back in. It doesn't have to be a big outplay, just a little bit, and throw walls up everywhere. That's the Matreiuss that I know and love, but he didn't really go for that. So I don't know. Nonetheless, game 4 here. Magic just needs one more win and he'll be good to go. So we'll see if he can manage to make it happen or if Matreiuss is going to make him work hard for it. Let's jump into game 4 and see if Matreiuss can force that game 5 or not. Let's get into Giza. Alrighty, off we go. Right-hand corner, Magic, Quetzalcoatl. Left-hand corner, Matreiuss, Amaterasu. And we will be seeing the immediate Calpulli attachments from Magic. I've seen everything under the sun for these Aztec gods. And I think the common consensus is more Calpulli early is better. Especially if you're playing one town center. Now, I haven't done the math on this. Maybe someone in the chat who's got a really big brain can let me know. If you're playing as Quetzalcoatl and you want to go fast second town center, is it in your best interest to not go Calpulli, or maybe just go livestock pen, or just go for one lumber outpost, or just go for one gold outpost, or should you just go 3 Calpulli no matter what, if you're just trying to min-max economy? Nonetheless, let's check out some relics on the map and see if there's going to be anything impactful in the main side. In the middle of the map, we have the bone shards of Miquelon. A little bit of favor to come back there. Over onto this one, we have the armor of Achilles. This is damage vulnerability to hack -5% of the current. Onto this side, we have the Kui drum. And finally, we've got ourselves at the top, the Pygmalion's statue. Villagers hit points plus 40% of base. That's such a big relic for anyone. So good. Jungoth says, I feel like as Aztec, you don't care about speed. You just want more resources. You're throwing villagers into the temple anyway. Well, here's the point. Getting out one villager faster ends up getting you more resources. Right? Like if I have 16 villagers, my opponent's got 15, and the game goes on like that, I'm getting 60 more resources a minute than they are. So there is that. That is something to keep in the back of your mind. My gut tells me livestock pen and not these two upgrades is the best way to go. That's what my gut says, but my gut's never right, so I don't know. Doing the math, carry the 2 and you end up with 44. I don't feel like anyone's got the answer, so I'm glad I asked. It's time to dive in and do the numbers. Over on this side, we've got the stable coming up from Matreiuss. Goat's getting grabbed from Magic. Kitsune running in here as well. And immediately Warrior Priests coming through for Magic just to chill out here as cheeky little walls to come down. It is... Oh, I didn't notice that. It is the Amino Uzume as the Warrior Priest coming through. I really don't like this Amino Uzume from Matreiuss because he just feeds... He literally just feeds in favor to Quetzalcoatl. It's like doing this versus Norse, or doing it versus, I don't know, yeah, just like doing it versus Norse, as he gets 2 favor immediately in from killing off that first Kamatachi. But he's going to keep going. Now comes in the stables. Now comes in Naginata is going to be searching, going to be looking for any little bit of damage. Now, the big thing here for Matreiuss in the early game engagements is he can heal up his units. So he can take a little unfavorable fight as long as he micros and gets his Naginata back to safety. Let me see. War Hut's coming down from Magic. And it will be an immediate Tlalmani Spearman. I like this decision. I like this decision a lot from Magic to go into the Tlalmani Spearman. You know that the Cav is coming through. And you can also think about later going into Coyote Warriors if he needs to. As the Bunny Rabbit does get sent back. He can eat some berries in his main base, get some extra damage for later, as the Naginata Riders are going to try and sneak around here. We do have the hippopotamus going to get brought in. If Magic wants to drag that around, he can come close to his town center here. Oh, no. No, the hippopotamus dies over on the top side. Not ideal, as we will be seeing the agave bloom now getting dropped down as this warrior priest. I said it can just heal up, but the village is getting taken down. He does keep himself alive there. Back to the agave bloom a little bit later, up to the top side. Does spot himself a shrine to attack here. As damage dealt, damage received. And the Naginata Riders for Matreiuss will need to pull back home. Of course, how do you deal with these units here? Samurai are your best bet, I would say right now, if you are the Amaterasu, but not a dojo in sight. As the Reizuin Kamatachi got a little bit worse for wear there as it gets pulled away from those warrior priests. And that shrine will also be falling shortly. Now Magic getting himself his second town center. House is going down on the front here as well. It's just the pressure is mounting. And of course, once you get out enough Yumi Archers, you're kind of fine here to some degree. But the problem with the Yumi Archer is that it dies really, really hard to a lot of stuff that Magic is going to be able to go for. Now, the question here is, does Magic say, let's stay classical age and build Tlalmani's, Takiwa Archers? Or does he go into the heroic age? And he says town center Takiwa Archer is going to be his angle, which to be honest is a little bit wild because it means he wants to fight and he might end up finding himself playing against heavy here. But this is such a good town center for Magic that I'm not sure it's going to matter. Back gold mine. And at any point when you get to 2 TCs, one amazing thing you can do here as the Quetzalcoatl player is start sacking into the temple and start making these bunny rabbits. Now, Magic is one of the biggest atheists I know in terms of the building of myth units. I don't tend to see him building them a lot, but I think this position here, there isn't a better unit that he can be mixing in. For the moment, Matreiuss is just scouting around, trying to figure things out. The Kamatachi is over here, has not spotted this town center. In fact, doesn't know that there's gold mines in this corner. He hasn't spotted his own gold mine in this corner. If he looks here, you will see these rocks, so he might be able to guess that if he actually sees right on there, but he doesn't know, which is kind of huge. Now the Reizuin Kamatachi will come through. We'll spot the town center. Of course, there is the solar shield here, so he can run around there and use that and try and idle the villagers, but Magic just says, I don't mind. I'm happy to sit back. And he actually manages to go for the heroic age here as well, which is kind of wild. Second town center up, heroic age on the way, and Matreiuss, what can he do? All of those Yumi archers are looking very strange at the moment. Very, very strange. Into the main base comes the Naginata Riders as those immediately get sent packing. Little bits of damage to come through from those Tlalmani Spearmen, but I think the Naginata Riders will get out of here no problems as the Yumi Archers went around onto the backside. Does he see the gold mine? Nope. And we will see a town center now coming in through for Matreiuss. It's not a huge amount behind here, but I think it's far enough behind that Magic's just got a huge advantage. It's now heroic age in for Magic, and Matreiuss, he probably shouldn't be here anymore. It's very scary playing against this Earth monster. You got to be very respectful of that one, and I think behind all of this, a couple of dojos are going to come down, but Matreiuss needs a heroic age pretty quickly here, as the Eagle Warriors will start to get spammed out into the corner of the map. Kui Drum does get spotted and does get picked up, as the villagers can happily sit on this cow pulley. What is this placement on this cow pulley, though? I haven't seen that in a while. Normally players put it right next to the gold mine so villagers don't have that walking time there, but what's happening here is there an opening? I think there is an opening into the main base. Maybe? I'm not sure. Looks scary. So in comes Magic. Magic says, I see the town center. Looking for some pressure here. And he could go for the attack. He does have himself Earth Monster, so the Ayotpochli is going to get a lot of free hits off here. There's not a whole lot of hero units either, as the Ayotpochli rolls in big damage on that first attack as it's slowly going to be taking this position out. There's so much gold in the bank for Magic at the moment, as the on the Musha and the Bushy in here. He could try and pop out and take that down, but it's looking like he wants to wait for the Earth Monster to spit everything out. Out they come all the Yumiards. He's down to 14 HP. Brutal as the heroes come through to try and take out the Ayotpochli, but too little, too late. Town center down, and Matreiuss will be losing all of those villagers. He tries to bail, but Tailwind is in, and Matreiuss will tap out as Magic, too dominating here in game number 4. Tournament jitters from game number 1 did subside, and Magic turned the gears up to finish this game in 4. As Matreiuss not able to hold on. A well-played game for Magic. We will be seeing him in the round of 8 on the weekend. He has to move on to play against Soup, who also managed a very quick win in his own round of 16 game. We're going to take a short break and probably do the Tunison Nyan series next. We've got about 2 hours until the next series of Eric and Eisomarto to kick off. So don't you guys go nowhere. We will be right back. See you guys soon. What is he doing? No way! Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the Town Center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Alrighty. Is there enough stuff? So we do have Tunison and we have Nyan Racing Cat here. These were played yesterday. I'm watching the replays. We do already know the results, but for those of you who want to hang around and watch, please hang around and watch. For those of you who already saw the matches or don't really care because they've already happened, then don't watch. For those of you who want to support me and don't want to watch, well, just leave it open, I guess. And just put it onto the other monitor and just leave it there. That's fine. And also for those of you that have donated, supported, or anything like that, I give you all the love in the world. I do also have merch for sale if you guys want to pick it up. Prostagma, Skopos, What a Time to Be Alive, and What is Going On, everyone. They're available, as well as the Greek Gods, if you like that as well. They're available on my Dashery store. You can exclaim merch in Twitch or in the description box. You can click on merch on any one of my YouTube videos. There is all of that. That's my story. Thanks for coming. Let's take a little look-see at this shenanigans here. And here we go. So, yeah, we got Tunison, we got Nyan. They haven't really played each other before, so a little unfortunate for the old head-to-head. We haven't seen a whole lot of players that have had the games, but the more we get through this tournament, the more I'm sure we're going to see these players matching up. Not going to have much to say here, so let's just take a look at the draft. Alrighty, so somewhat of an interesting draft from Tunison as he bans Susanoo and Quetzalcoatl. It does give away the Huitzilopochtli to Nyan. Nyan's going to ban out Tunison's Norse. I don't think he got the memo that Thor's not a very prior god at the moment. Like Odin is probably a high, if you want to ban out Norse gods, Odin's probably the higher priority god to ban at the moment. But Tunison just picks Uranus, Fushia Matreiuss, Nyan Huitzilopochtli Gaia, Tezcatlipoca Tsukuyomi, then the Kronos Shenong. Wow, Nyan didn't get the Kronos early. It's kind of wild. The Nyan could have picked Kronos over picking Tsukuyomi or Tezcatlipoca. Giving that over to Tunison is kind of wild, especially because Nyan is a Kronos main from way back. But nonetheless, there's the Ra and Nuwa pick from Nyan, and finally an Odin pick from Tunison. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 1, which is on the map Gorge. We got an Uranus versus Tsukuyomi. Let's check it out. Alrighty, off to the races we go on the right-hand corner of the map. Uranus for Tunison. And on the left side of the map, we got Secure Me from Nyan Racing Cat. We are on the map Gorge, best of 5. Playoffs time. For the second playoff, actually, of the Road to Athens Gameathlon. Ticket is on the line here. Must win gameplay, right? Last week, who got really deep and didn't make it? I think it was Mosca. I think it was, well, Soup got to the final. So Mosca and Grass got really deep in their run last week. This week, it could be completely different. You never know. Lots of things can change in an instant, in a heartbeat. Lots of things can change. Let's check out the relics on the map and see if there's anything interesting. We've got Hori's hunting bow with the plus 5% of gather rate there for the huntables. On the right-hand corner of the map, there is the harmonious necklace, which is plus 10% there for the gold gather rate. Up onto the top side, there is the pelt of Argus, which is plus 6 line of sight. And finally, the bridle of Pegasus, which is a free Pegasus every 60 seconds after it is killed. So obviously quite nice and all that other good stuff. Now we've got Tunison playing as Uranus in this matchup. I think Uranus is just insanely strong and always is going to be really, really good. You can do a lot of stuff with Uranus, but I imagine Nyan is going to be the one to put Tunison under the pump here. He's going to look for a lot of aggressive raids with cavalry. He's getting himself up his forward temple. He does have New Moon to help him out. But Tunison is going Oceanus. Will be able to get himself Hero Catapeltes, which will force Nyan to make Samurai. And to some degree, I mean, Samurai are just... They're kind of a must build versus Atlantean versus Uranus. Because if you don't, then you just get hit with Catapeltes nonstop, especially the Weightless Mace. What do they call? Weightless Mace Empyrean Speed. This upgrade, Empyrean Speed Catapeltes, they move like 6 speed or faster than 6 speed. I'm not sure, but they move really, really quickly. Up onto the top, we do have the Kitsune being annoying. Every single one of these nibbles. Well, no, he's not Susanoo, so it doesn't really matter as much. But you can just convert one of these into a hero to pick up relics, and that's also fine. As out comes the Caladria. And to the top left, we have Sky Passage for Tunison. Generally, I don't really like early Sky Passages. But on this map, I guess your food runs out quite early, that it sort of makes sense. But that being said, I still don't like early Sky Passages because it just slows you down. You have the idle time of the citizen that needs to come over here. Then you have to build the Sky Passage. It costs 25 wood, 8 favor. The 8 favor doesn't really matter. 25 wood down the drain as well. It just slows you down a little bit. And you can just jump onto chickens, which I think is perfectly fine and reasonable. The unstable chicken. I've never seen... Is that a cheat code? I've never seen that before. I'm watching the chicken. It says 4 and 4. And then the one below I've got 11111 effective hack HP. Okay. That's wild. I'm going to have to figure that out. Up onto the top side. A little bit of a raid here. And well, Tunison does have himself the Catapeltes and all the other good stuff as the villagers will wander over here to drop the chickens down. And this is what I mean. Like, he has no real business being up here just yet. And Nyan can put a lot of pressure over there, but he's not going to go for it just yet. So there is that.
Bureg.
I mean, of course, you can just sit back and play defense.
Kopos?
For the moment, you are playing up against cavalry. So you do have to play defense. And a nice way here that Nyan's approaching this is attack on the left, attack on the right, and cause some issues as the citizens just pulling away. Nyan needs to get out of this position, up onto this side, still attacking the Tunison manor, idling both the Oracle and the citizen there for quite some time. As on the Musha are going to come through from Nyan. I get why you're scared. One on the Musha is kind of all you need, but I get why you're scared to not build on the Musha or Samurai in this matchup. It's because of the Caladria and the Carnivora. So the unit is not super helpful early on, and then it gets eaten by one of those Carnivora. But if you have like 10 out, one Carnivora, picks off one Samurai, it's not that big of a deal. But the on the Musha, this thing is going to be fine. You just need one really, and then you can take out the Carnivora there. There's another Sky Passage coming up onto this side. And Tunison is going to continue down the path of full infantry units here. And of course, the obvious weakness to this is getting raided into the ground as a Juragumo comes through. Does pick that one up. Let's see if Nyan micros this. He does throw it into the wall. Comes right back over here and nope, doesn't get the attack off. Might be able to kill off the Terma though. Not just yet. There goes a Hero Mamilo that does get tossed. You don't get to see that very often. Looks like no damage actually comes onto it when that happens, which is kind of wild. But so far, Nyan still alive, still in one piece. As these units going down, that should be a dead Mamilo there. Nice pick from Nyan as he is off to the races here early on. I do like the idea of making a handful of these. Juragumo, one of the things that I think people are scared of playing Myth Unit versus Atlantean because they can just heroize all their army. But one way you can definitely get an advantage is early on making Myth Unit, because that forces heroes out before the Uranos player is comfortable to build them. And then of course you just have to micro and you just pick off those heroes, and then your Myth Units are going to have some success. But if you build them really a lot later, and then the Uranos player builds mass heroes, or you build them after the mass heroes have already started, and of course they're not going to be very good. So you have to figure out the times in the game when you build them and the times when you don't want to build them, as a general rule. But for now, here comes the Mamilos, and Tunison does have his upgrade. So they're in, and this is, like I said, I don't think this is a bad thing for Nyan, because he only built one Juragumo. It's not a big investment. 300 resources there, all these units come in. Nyan just needs to have himself out 10-ish Samurai, of which he's got only 4. 10-ish Samurai here, and he's going to be in a really good spot. He's making himself those Bushi. It's not really the most important. Terma are out. They're going to take down the Bushi pretty quickly there. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, we do have the Naginata Riders going after this. Trying to take out the Sky Passage first before going after everything else, as the unit's going to charge through. A Swampland will be necessary here, as he will drop that down. Those Juragumo still alive. One over onto this side. Carnivora does get dropped down as well. Is there enough stuff here is the question. Up onto this top side, the Nyan Racing Cat, Naginata Riders not going after the villagers, trying to pull those back as the Carnivora does end up going down. Villagers over here also falling as this Swampland just not getting the value here. Juragumo, on the other hand, that is looking like it's getting some good value as the Naginata Riders to come through. There is still access to a new moon that could have been dropped on the Sentry Tower and helped win this fight really hard. How much damage has this bad girl done? 626. Huge value there as Tunison throws that army in, and I don't think he comes out of that position with an advantage in the slightest there. That is a huge win for Nyan Racing Cat. Tunison now back to the drawing board. If I'm Nyan right now, Temple comes back up and we go heavy in onto the Juragumo. I think it would be a fantastic move at this point. We'll see if he's going to go for that. Up onto the top side, Citizens happily still eating this food. There's also random Sky Passes on the bottom. Actually killing off the Uranos here is going to be a little hard. So maybe the idea is not to go for the Temple and the Juragumo, but instead to go for a town center or a town center at this point and try and just take the economic advantage, play slow, and be okay. What do you mean, Flipperoonie? What's wrong? Nyan is on the left. Tunison is on the right. I'm confused. All right. Temple from Nyan was killed on the front once before, and we are going to see some damage over here again. as that will go down. And not the best from there from Nyan. A little bit of damage. But for the moment, the big thing that's good for Nyan is that he's hasn't had to use his new moon just yet. Walls up onto the top. Trying to get this gold mine nice and secured. So much gold in the bank now, though. For Nyan, he really wants these Yuragumo, it looks. The food situation, not the best. Of course, he does have the berries over here that he can eat. All slowly coming up as Tunison is checking things out. I think he's just looking to see if the town center is being grabbed. Main base will get hit a little bit up here. Not able to do a whole lot as the units coming through, and they will see the wall. And unfortunately for Nyan, he isn't in position to defend this. I think all of those villages will go down. An incredibly risky move from Nyan, and Tunison, luckily, is now well back into this game and arguably in a commanding position. You can't drop that many villages at the 12-minute mark in a one town center versus one town center matchup, let alone versus Aranos, where it's very, very hard to ever bring these sorts of situations back from the brink. Now Tunison can just play delay game, and he will be way in front on income, way in front on resources, and he's going to have a fantastic time moving forward. We do see more Yuragumo coming through. There aren't any upgrades just yet. And the problem for Nyan is, well, if he had all those villages still gathering, then it doesn't matter that these heroes are coming in, because there'd just be so much more stuff here for Nyan to take the actual fight. But because he lost all the villages, now Tunison gets just invest into heroes, and they aren't going to gain any value here. Naginata Rider goes down, and in comes this fight as Yuragumo gets to pick up one unit. Throw that forward. Doesn't manage to kill it, but 31 HP remaining. Not much HP there, as Tunison will pull back. We've got Naginata Riders just chilling over on this side. One problem for... No, it's not a problem. There is this over onto this side. It's the new moon. Did that get... Where did that get... It did get dropped on the armory. Hang on, what? Huh? Did he cancel the upgrades? Nyan canceled the upgrades? I don't even know how you do that. What? Please explain. I don't know. I don't even know how you do that. That there is a I don't understand type situation. As all the heroes now getting converted in, and well, you can somehow to use these. You have to be very, very good with the Yuragumo here, but there's so many units for Tunison. Carnivora gets dropped down. Shockwave does get dropped. I don't know why he went into the Yumi Archers here. As the Naginata Riders back into the fight way too late. And it does not look good here for Nyan Racing Cat. Half of his technology is not through either. And Tunison just charges in. Doesn't care about a town center. Doesn't care about anything going on here. And that is a disappointing end, I think, to the first game for Nyan. He played such a good opener. But I mean, it's those things in this world. Yes, Tunison made the first big mistake. He took a fight here. He lost the fight pretty badly. But then Nyan made a bigger second mistake, which was villagers over on this side, not putting the walls down with all of his villagers. He could have had this wall finished. He just didn't want to. It's not any more expensive to build the wall with one villager on each part than it is for one villager to build the whole thing itself. It's not any more expensive. It is more expensive up front, but the wall gets finished faster. And then, of course, you're going to be able to gather all the resources afterwards anyway. So once you get to, like, let's say you start building this wall at 10 minutes. And one villager would take, let's just say it's 20 seconds each wall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a minute and 40 seconds. I think that's right. And that would be 140 seconds of idle time, right? Or for that villager, right? If I take one villager here, one villager here, one villager here, one villager here, and one villager here, that's 5 villagers building for 20 seconds each. So that is 120 seconds. Sorry, 1 minute and 40 seconds, 100 seconds of idle time. So you get the wall up with the same cost. It's just that you'd have more resources to play with now than later. Anyways, point is, if that wall was up, I think Nyan was in a fantastic spot. I think he probably would have come out with a very, very strong game here and probably found a win to some degree versus Tunison after that big throw. But props to Jude. Tunison catches Nyan Racing Cat out and does take the first win in this best of 5. Let's jump over and see what they're going to pick for game number 2 and check out the draft. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, guys. Game number 2. Matreiuss versus Huitzilopochtli on the map Giza. All right. Now, I should remind you guys, we are actually watching Recorder Games, so there's not much time to wait here. I can just jump in and we can get the show on the road immediately. So let's just do that and stop messing around. Let's go into Giza. Alrighty, into game number 2. Matreiuss in the top side of the map for Tunison, and Huitzilopochtli in the bottom side of the map for Nyan Racing Cat, as Nyan does opt in for the Lumber Outpost Kalpuli. It looks to me like he's going for all the Kalpuli options, surely? I'm a little confused as to what his build order is. Yes, he's going to go for every Kalpuli option, which does make a lot of sense here. More eco is always more eco, as they like to say. A couple of things I haven't seen from Huitzilopochtli players is early Blood Pact on your own villager. There's some really, really fun 3 talent center strats for Huitzilopochtli that unfortunately have never become meta. One day we'll see it. More does equal more. Sometimes more does equal more. Let's have a little look-see at the relics on the map and see if there's going to be anything of impact. Let's start. We've got the Ring of Nibelung. Plus 0.5 gold per second. We've got ourselves Girdle for Politer in the middle of the map there for the ranged soldiers having hit points plus 10%. That's a really big relic here for Huitzilopochtli. Over here, we've got ourselves the Dragon Palace Crystal. For walls, towers, 10% extra hit points. Always nice. And behind the base of Tunison is the Blanket of Empress Zoe. As in comes the gold Kalpuli, and every single one will be in for Nyan. I like this build. I think it makes a lot of sense. But it does mean that there's not going to be any early game pressure onto Tunison. And behind all of this, I don't mind a talent center either from Nyan if he wants to. This map is very defensive. You've got a back gold mine here, talent center over here. And you can also play a classical fight here, I would say, for a long time versus the Amaterasu. Reason being is Tequila Archers, very strong. You can also go in for the Malinal Jorchital. Not a bad play either, or call there either. Malinal Jorchital. And if you play 2 TC, your gold mine expires really, really slow. And all of those archers, all of those spearmen, and the extra text that come through, as well as potentially also going into those Maki's Coatl, they can be really, really useful to defend against any sort of craziness that might come. As now we have Minakata Tomi coming through from Tunison. And the Miko are just going to start dropping themselves their shrines as Tunison is ready to think about what his actual plans are going to be here. Minakata Tomi, you could drop the shrine over onto this side, drop the Shrine of the Hunt here and drop your own town center if you want, but it's looking like that's not going to be the option. Into the main base here, just to defend on the front, and a stable immediately for Tunison. As in comes more warrior priests and a saltwater spring technology from Tunison. No surprises there. But a very, very, very late advance from Nyan. He's going to have a huge amount of eco. But what is he going to do with it is the big question. Miguel Beretta says, it's my girlfriend's birthday tomorrow. Can you wish her a happy birthday from her extremely handsome McLaren man? Happy birthday from a very extremely handsome McLaren man to Miguel Beretta's girlfriend. Is that good? Do we do that? Do we? Now we've got the War Hut coming up from Nyan Racing Cat. And into the main base is the Infested Nest. And in comes the pickaxe and upgrades and units and all the other good stuff. Wings of the South also coming through. To the backside guardhouse from Tunison. And, well, so far, a very, very defensive early game. Very, very defensive early game here from both players. Not really wanting to commit to a whole bunch. These warrior priests, they're out 5 speed. They're going to be somewhat scary. Tunison on the backside. I love this call, actually. If this was a fast second town center from Nyan, I think that this play doesn't make a whole lot of sense from Tunison. But because it's a 1 TC play, a nice quick heroic age into Raijin means that this army spam is not going to be felt as nearly as much. As into the main base comes the warrior priest. The Miko is going to garrison there into the tower. The Nyan can't really stay here. Taking a lot of damage from the town center and the wolves. He will get out of there for the time being. Got to be careful here as well, because even if you turn on the Naginata Rider and start bashing it, you take a little bit more damage. And there goes another Naginata Rider catching. Nyan racing in. Out, I should say, as the Thumb Spearmen are in. And there goes the Naginata Riders away. Very smart. Goes onto the back here. And you'll see some walls coming up from Nyan. And an armory from Tunison on the backside. And there goes the Raiju. Or the Raijin, I should say. And I like I said, I think this is really smart. There's still plenty of gold left. There's 3 Miko grabbing favor. So there's going to be a lot of Raiju to come through. And for Nyan, he has map control. But he's sitting in his main base because he's terrified of Naginata Riders, which is fair enough. He is looking to potentially come out onto this side. That being said, he probably shouldn't be too scared. He's got the large scorpions. For those you don't know, these things do 8 damage, but they also have that venomous as well, which is quite a lot of damage as the villagers getting picked off over here. 2 villagers go down. They're always trying to make it over to that Kalpuli. And Nyan's scared of this, but still gets caught out while this is going on. Spearman into the main base. We're going to get some revenge damage done, but I just don't think these spearmen are going to do a whole lot. Try and take out the Miko. That does get 1 poke before it garrisons away. As over here into the main base, now the town center getting that damage done. Bushy getting their own damage done. And, well, Nyan is out of there, but that Raiju is not happy about this. It's going to be chasing after them for the time being. As now after the dust settles, 22 villages to 25 villages. But tunison is in the heroic age, which basically means he sacrificed somewhere between 4 and 5-ish, probably five villages. Sacrificed about 5 villages worth of training time to get to that heroic age. So, advantage tunison without question here. On top of this, here comes Shinobi actually from tunison. That's wild. I mean, I've been hearing that the Shinobi are a unit that players really are enjoying building here. But tunison rushing for them, that's a first. Like, I got it. I got the idea of the Raiju rush. This makes perfect sense. If you go mass War Hut units, the Raiju, the Thunderstorm, or the Thunderdome, the Thunderburst, that's going to be a problem. But Shinobi, I think this is just for raiding. I don't think they've got a whole bunch of help that they can do here in the sliders. So the castle going to come up over onto this side. Spearman coming through. Into the main base. 1 villager goes down yet again. Even Cody warriors are actually coming through for 9. I'm not sure what those are doing here, but he wants a few of them. There's Nyan trying to catch out all the Naginata riders, and he does manage to do so. He should get nearly every single one of them taken out, though this one does go down. I don't think this other one's going to fall. 13 HP and a dream to get away from this, but the castle is now down for tunison. He's got himself a very, very defensible position now. It's rare to see the naked Shinobi. No upgrades on this bad boy at all, but they are ready, chilling, and they want to get some value in. As in comes the units underneath the castle, there's still this very, very powerful Thunderburst to come through. As the Warrior Priest does get interrupted there by the Thunderburst. Raiju come through, get that damage done as well. And all of the large Scorpions get brutalized there. As Nyan loses everything. And those warrior priests, I mean, even at 5 speed, you're not catching up to a 6.1 speed Raiju. You want to play a game of I am defensive enough to deal with those. But this is now a very, very tough spot for Nyan Racing Cat. Gets in onto this spot, does drop that special, hits all the spearmen, all the human units there, and he just gets out, no problems. And I feel like he can probably win the fight as well with those Shinobi, even though they don't count as spearmen. The spearmen don't counter the Shinobi either here. And onto this spot comes the Blood Pact onto the Warrior Priest. It does go to 6 speed, but it's just not enough to catch up to this Raiju and take it out. One smack will help out quite a bit as now the Warrior Priest is taken down, but that there is the game as tunison shows Nyan Racing Cat exactly how he's going to deal with this nonsense. Very smart play from tunison. I love that fast heroic. I feel like if Nyan had simply just gone for the second town center, he would have had a fantastic game here. I'm not sure why he didn't. Drop 1 War Hut, build a couple of Spearmen out, wander over, drop the town center, maybe even Blood Pact the Villager to get it up for very cheap while that's all going on. In fact, you could probably go, I could be wrong here. You could probably go for an immediate war hut, one villager over to drop the town center, blood pact it, and be over there with spearmen to defend against any early game Naginata riders. But in this game, Nyan went for a more aggressive approach, didn't catch the castle going up, and, well, if that happens, then life gets tough, and Tunison gets the dub. Up 2-0 now for Tunison, as he is looking incredibly dominating at the moment. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. Alrighty. One more game. This next one is going to be a Norse, not a Norse, an Odin versus Ra game. Odin, Ra on step. So let us get going. Oop, the players are around the wrong way. Let's get going into the next game. On to step. Alrighty, into game number 3 here as Tunison playing some Odin here versus Nyan's Ra on the map step. Now, in these positions, the question is, what strategy does the Ra go for? Do you play for a big classical army? Do you play for Sphinx? Do you go for Wadgets? Do you ignore both of those in favor of more barracks units? Those are the big questions. Let's have a little look-see at the relics. We've got Ulla's bow. +1 range for your ranged soldiers. Over onto this side, there is the tusk of the iron boar. For cavalry hit points, that's a huge relic there, actually, for both players. But I think Tunison is going to really enjoy that one. Onto this side, there is the I Move Faster relic. Always nice. And finally, there's the Wuhao bow of Huangdi. Lots of very, very impactful relics here. Tunison isn't going for the super fast shenanigans here. Not in the slightest. Oops, what happened there? Oh, that's right. Isn't going for the super fast temple, isn't going for the super fast Hersa, so he's not going to be quick on getting these relics. The priest here for Nyan can definitely pick up this one, though. That's going to be one of the most important relics for him. There's a little bit more speed on the Egyptian army. That feels great. Now we've got the second monument coming for Nyan. And this kind of feels a little bit... I could be wrong, but this is feeling a little bit like Bast on the side of Nyan. Well, we will see what Nyan's going to be able to come up with next. Temple up from Tunison. Ravens coming out. We have ourselves the Freya on the way for Tunison. No surprises here. I really like this style, actually, at the moment. I've been saying I am wanting to see a game of the hashtag meta Ra or Egyptian. Don't care which Egyptian. Egyptian versus Odin. I want to see that meta strat Because I have a feeling here that Odin has got the advantage now. After all is said and done, after all of the buffs have come in, raiding cavalry stronger, throwing axemen better at killing off infantry units, I have to believe that there's an advantage here actually for the Odin. So the Ra has to be a little bit more creative to find the wins. And we are actually going to be seeing Nyan going for Bast here. How's this all up onto the top? I do like Bast. Bast is scary for tunison. There are a couple of like old school kind of ways you can play around this, like a fast heroic from the Odin can be a nice counter to this. I actually go quickly to the heroic age and you make frost giants. They're really good at shutting down the priests and things like that. Well, the temple. Yet again, Nyan's done this every single game and don't think he's gotten the memo. What's the memo, you guys ask? Well, the memo is don't put your temple on the front of your base. Put it safe inside your base, especially if you're greeting 3 monuments. Otherwise, you have to invest a lot into keeping it alive and safe and well. As the priests getting caught out, Valkyrie coming up onto the top side. There is options to drop Forest Fire. He does throw that one down, but there's not going to be any Vilpix. It's just a little bit of damage. And the villagers can move down to the bottom Chinese Pine Forest there if they like. More Hersir coming into the main base. There is a Great Hall. There is a Longhouse. And pure pressure to start this all up. As the Sphinx still hanging out in this side. There is 53 favor in the bank right now for Nyan Racing Cat. In come the Axemen. A little bits of damage in as the Valkyrie trying to just heal that one up. Good pullback there from tunison. Getting good value out of that Valkyrie there. You can come back and just get that one back up to full HP. It does take a little while. I think it's 7.5 HP per second. Of course, you've also got the Priest that can do the same thing. Or maybe even faster. There's more barracks coming down from Nyan. He is struggling to get the resources out because I think this third monument was just a little bit on the greedy side with this forward gold mine. Now the Sphinx are out and, well, you've got Axeman, you've got Sphinx, but you don't have enough stuff here. I think that there is probably going to need to be somewhat of an eclipse to try and hold this position. There's more pressure coming in. Temple continues to get beaten up. Mining camp coming through from Nyan. As the Sphinx comes in, comes back up to the top. Now in comes HellsRavage from tunison as he knows he needs that. Not necessarily, he might go for Goaty, I don't know, but just HellsRavage helps the Hersir get a little bit more HP to hold on here. Why does tunison retreat with Hersir versus Sphinx? It's because the Axemen are here and the Sphinx can also run away. So he's going to run headfirst into Axemen and then lose the Hersir very, very quickly. So he's got to be very careful with how he takes the fights. Now behind this, Cryo Sphinx now coming in. Raiding cavalry. Do catch the Sphinx over here with one Valkyrie and it's enough. 4 more Sphinx now come through and that's going to be scary over here for the tunison units. To be honest, an eclipse onto that fight there wouldn't have been a terrible idea because the Sphinx could chase down all those cavalry and get some kills. And I think that Nyan's got bigger fish to fry in this game. He wants as many Sphinx as he possibly can. And he wants to click Eclipse. And he wants to army wipe tunison. On the flip side, of course, tunison just wants to get a heroic age in here. If he can get heroic age, he's done a lot of pressure. If you can get a heroic age in, he gets frost. Frost counters the eclipse. And he is good to go from there. But soon, Haruko Sphinx will be in. There are 6 Sphinx out, and Haruko Sphinx, well, they are going to be scary for the raiding cavalry. As they come in onto this spot, Tunison not paying attention, runs straight into a whirlwind, but luckily no losses, and he does get out. And Goaty get unlocked from getting Sesrumnir. 5.1 pierce damage per second times 6 versus the myth units. Which is obviously a little bit more than a little bit less than the Hersa, but they are ranged units. And you probably also need ballistics if you want to make Goaty here. I would probably stay away from the Goaty until I had ballistics. Which I don't believe there's even an armory up for Tunison, so he doesn't have access to that just yet. As Nyan continuing to spam out these Axemen. This is a very, very old strat. I haven't seen the Axemen Sphinx strat versus Norse in quite some time. We'll see if it's going to work out for Nyan Racing Cat or not. There's a block comes through. Thundering Hooves also on the way. Onto the bottom side of the map. Villagers getting pushed back. No upgrades just yet from Nyan. This is going to be a lot of... No, Tunison not paying attention. I was about to say a lot of damage. It's just going to be one villager pick as the army of Nyan Racing Cat charging in, get some kills as the Sphinx getting pulled back. Can he actually get onto these raiding cavalry? They have 6.8 speed. I don't think so. 5.8 speed versus 6.8 speed. That's Thundering Hooves and Mithril Horseshoes, the relic. Right? Oh, no, it's not Mithril Horseshoes. It's the I Move Faster relic. He's got Tusk of the Iron Boar, excuse me. These raiding cavalry are insanely strong in this game. Ball's coming up onto this side. I'm going to grab the gold mine over here. And so far, the macro from Tunison, very, very strong. Valkyrie getting built as well, off the back of all the fighting he's been doing, as well as the fact he's got himself 14 heroes. This is exactly the way to play Odin in 2026. Every bit of favor you can. The best spend you've got in terms of stat, if you have the favor, 200 food into a Shield Maiden Valkyrie does not get better than this. On top of this, no, never mind. He's playing Odin. If he was Thor here, he could go for Bragi. I think you can get 7.3 speed Valkyrie. That sounds insane to say. House going down. Walls are up. Very defensive from Tunison. Onto the top side, the Sphinx are simply just trying to find where to go, but for the moment, Tunison very safe. This gold mine hasn't been spotted yet. It's just a classic situation where the Norse player just gets to mine gold. Now, Nyan has this gold mine here. I don't want to give away too much about how the maps work because it is kind of a thing, but if you got a gold mine that's close to your base, your opponent also gets a gold mine close to your base. And to be completely honest, it could be here or it could be here. I'll tell you where it is. It's here. I see it, though. Into the main base. The house is going down. Nyan does need to consider the next age here. He's at full population. The longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be for Nyan Racing Cat to win a fight. You can see they've got the same military differential right now in terms of the resource cost. But population-wise, Nyan is in front. But the longer this goes on, the closer Tunison gets, 175 pop, and the closer Tunison gets to being able to dominate this fight. Now up to the top. This is looking like a very good fight to take. Of course, Eclipse is available. Eclipse gets dropped down. Sphinx need to be controlled over onto this side, but immediately Tunison just says, "Goodbye, sir. I do not need to take this fight. Sphinx charging after the Radiant Cavalry. It looks like the Eclipse might simply just be wasted here. As Tunison, he is spread out beautifully with all this. Sphinx actually falling while this is all going on as well. And look at the Q from Tunison. He's going to be full pop momentarily. Behind this, though, Nyan, he is going Mythic Age. Not Mythic Age, Heroic Age. Which will boost up his Sphinx a little bit. On top of this, Eclipse, it's not a huge amount of favor boost, but you do get an extra 50% boosted favor for the minute that your Eclipse is up from all of your monuments. So it's not nothing. I think it's something like 10 favor-ish for that, for 3 monuments there. And behind this now, of course, Skadi to come through. And I think Tunison has got through the worst of it in this game. Town center coming up for Tunison on the top. Obelisk getting cleaned up in the middle. Sphinx goes down, and every little bit matters. I mean, there's so much advantage here from having this one relic, as the Sphinx getting a lot of damage, though, on the retreat. But the town center is now up. Tunison still playing a slow, methodical game here. In claiming this town center and potentially also some walls, he secures not 1 extra gold mine, but 2 extra large gold mines here. Behind this, Nyan will drop his own town center and get himself a Migdol stronghold. Of course, farms and rain is going to be an option here. Nyan doesn't have either of the Bast economic upgrades, so he is going to be struggling a little bit where that's concerned. In sitting at full population as well, this does mean Tunison is going to be getting in front on the village account, which is never good when you're playing Egyptian versus Norse. And now into the middle of the map. Tunison needs to be a little bit patient. Ballistics is coming through. Survival equipment is on the way. The big difference between the armies here is the amount of hero. Oh, whoa, what was that Locust? Nyan, you had to put the Locust over the army, not going away from the army. I'm onto the top side. Sphinx going to try and take down the town center. And of course, it wouldn't really matter because there's so much healing here from Tunison. He can just retreat and then heal up. But nonetheless, in onto this fight now as the Frost will get dropped down. Villagers getting picked off over here as the Goaty can attempt something. You're going to send his Radiant Cavalry up to the top, potentially his Valkyrie up to the top to catch out those Sphinx with that 6.8 speed. It's just too much. Those Sphinx will go down. Onto the back there, the Tunison Hill Fort will be finished up. You can just imagine how different this game might have looked if Nyan had picked up that speedy unit relic. All of a sudden, the Sphinx moving at 6 speed. The Valkyries at 6.6. Completely different situation as those Hariko Sphinx do end up going down. We've got ourselves the Patsukos going down as well. Walls coming around here as well as the units come out of the Frost. Now fighting underneath a hill fort. Fighting underneath heavy units. Militarily speaking, Tunison is well and truly in the lead here. 1 priest to try and take down, I don't know how many Valkyrie. 155 favor. 60 favor for Tunison after that fight is done. And now you can do whatever you want here if you're the Odin. Buy more Valks, get some Frost Giants, get another town center, go Mythic Age. It's all an option. Villagers up to the top enjoying the boars. Drop another great hunt up here if you really want to. Definitely healing everything up and taking it slow. That's another perfectly valid option as well. In comes Rhyme for Tunison as, of course, more Frost Giants, more Myth units. I wouldn't mind seeing another Temple coming down, actually. This is something I don't see enough from Norse players, is once you get to full pop, you know that the next fight that happens unless you get army wiped by a god power, is going to result in you probably getting somewhere between 100 to 150 favor. You know that's just the case because if you take a full fight, even if you lose the fight, you're going to be getting a nice amount of damage done, and it will result in, like I said, somewhere between 100 and 150 favor. 2 temples means you spend that favor immediately, you get your pot back up, and you're in a good spot, regardless. But in this situation, of course, I mean, Tunison's out full pop, so it doesn't really matter. I think another temple wouldn't be bad. There's the walls all coming up yet again. Simple way to play from Tunison is just to play slow. Get his walls up over here. Lock off this corner. Lock off this map here. Secure this gold mine. And live the dream moving forward. There goes the rain from Nyan. How many farms does he actually have? 26. And he does have himself the Sacred Cats technology as well. That's got to be helping him out. He's up onto the top. There comes the raiding, the camel riders onto the goat. That's so many goaty. The one saving grace here for Nyan is that Tunison's army is basically half hero. He's got 14, 20, 18 pop of hero here. Not 18. 18 heroes. So 18 times 3 pop of hero. So if you just get yourself out a really nice human unit army, you might be able to win this next fight. But then again, you also need to have a very large amount of hero yourself in order to kill off your opponent's myth units. Behind this, Mythic Age is a very simple way for Tunison to play. He's going to come in and take out the temple. Fight's going to happen right now as the priest coming in, trying to take out the units. Got the Sphinx falling over here as the Betsukas on the back also going to get targeted down immediately. And this army of Nyan, simply put, just cannot compete with the army that Tunison has managed to muster up. There's just too much stuff here. Main base also under siege as the town center is going down. The queue is gigantic for Tunison as well. He's got so much infrastructure. And this looks like, in this moment, Tunison is going to be coming out with a very nice win. And Nyan Racing Cat is going to be losing his first appearance in the Road to Athens playoffs. 3-0. Unfortunate for Nyan. He did put up a nice fight here versus Tunison. You can definitely see there was some opportunities for him to win in this situation. So he's not far. He's not far. It's definitely a competitive series here. But Tunison just a little bit of class from him in this series. And he showed he does mean business. We'll see how he's going to go on the weekend. I'll jump over to the bracket, show you what the bracket is currently looking like, and we'll see who's going to be playing who. Alrighty, so on the bottom side we have Soup versus Magic. That was already confirmed. So Magic did take out Matreiuss 3-1 in a nice series there. Of course, Tunison beat Nyan, so Eric and Eisomarto is about to happen. It starts in about 40 minutes. So whoever wins that will go on to face Tunison. So a difficult matchup regardless of who wins that one. Above that, we have 3DB and Garneth versus Grass and Illuminati. Both of those games are getting played tomorrow. Mini Yeti and Matador is also getting played tomorrow. Mosca and Hells is going to get played today. I believe Motaba is covering that one because it's at the same time as EricBR Eisomarto. I'm going to be covering that one. Alrighty. That is my story. Let's jump over here and figure out what we're going to do for the next 40 minutes. Yeah, so the way that the playoffs works is if somebody can't play, for whatever reason, the next person in the list gets subbed in. So Ulysses couldn't play for this week, so Illuminati subbed in for Ulysses, who was facing up against Grass. Next week, I believe Illuminati is in regardless, because the top player is out and can't play anymore. Whoever gets the ticket, whoever wins this week, gets the ticket. So Illuminati will be back in. Ulysses might play. I don't know. But yeah, he could not play this week. 40 minutes of fun. 40 minutes of fun in the sun. I should change my stream title here to EricBR versus Eisomarto 1800 GMT. What are we going to do? Should I play a game? I can play a game. Let's change over to this scene for now. If I play one game, then it will probably have time. We probably have time for one game. We play some random gods and see what happens. You can go through signs. The mirror matchups. Mirror matchups aren't the worst. Do people normally random on the ladder? No. Everyone just picks the most broken gods they possibly can, and then I complain about it. Real men pick random. And the ladies prefer the random gods as well. So up against Pegasus with Ra. This is a free loss for Ra. Just kidding. We'll do our best. Slingers are not on the menu here. Slingers couldn't be a more terrible decision.
Kid, nu, inage, rek,
Kid,
gridayo, enti, kid, nu,
In wedge. Erifil.
enito,
Okay.
ayo refer,
Good luck. Have fun, Pegasus.
agridayo, ayo refer,
I'm going to put my gold mine like this.
enito, ayo,
Because that way I have a little bit more safety, I guess. Normally I don't like this gold mine, but I don't like it over here at all because there's no things. I don't like it up here either. I don't know why. I just don't like it. Okay. Will I play in the tournament? Which tournament? This one I can't play in this tournament. It's not a possibility for me, unfortunately.
Rig, you no.
Antio. Hayo.
in wedge, UER, kid, bea, inayo, ayo, you, ayo,
Ini ak no. And which
nu, gerek, nu,
Okay, one more over
Agree.
here. Just trying to see the
ayo,
map a little bit.
UIR, ayo, refer,
This town center with the back berries isn't a terrible idea. I think I have to open Spearmint anyways,
sandwich,
but I do want to get to my town center as fast as possible.
sandwich, tayo, ayo, ref, UIR,
rig. And which no. Ini to no.
So I really like this build that I've done. I think this is
ayo,
quite clean. And get a lot of the map knowledge,
tayo, UIR, tayo,
and we are good to go.
image, Greek, UIR, sandwich,
And which
Enito, ayo refer, tayo.
Fortunately, I haven't seen any relics
Enito,
with my obelisk just yet, nor have I seen my back town center, but I imagine it's here. Highly doubt it's any good.
Which you be Gereg, kid,
Grig, Baya,
Enti you refer, kid, be and which ayo tayo.
Let's get some. That's not terrible. This one's pretty good though. Dwarven horseshoes in the middle. I can't let him have that. Let's put this obelisk here so I can see this. Then we get ourselves our upgrade.
Kid. In you be Enito. Tayo, you in ak be Kid. Greek, tayo refer. Tayo. Inay Bea.
in which
In kid Bea. UER.
I just got outskilled. Like really fucking hard.
No,
Because I can't click on the fucking thing.
in which no,
I even rushed it out as well.
Into
In wedge. Arc.
Grig, you refer,
Refer. Arc.
Enid UIR.
Inito,
In you refer.
in no,
In its direct.
Grig, in act, no, in which you are no,
Gereg kid. In wedge.
Grig, you refer, kids,
Ayo refer.
in you are kids, Grig,
And ayo. Ayo refer. UIR.
in which Grig, act,
Garrett. In you refer.
Tayo. Ayo refer.
in tayo, no,
Into. Into.
Tayo. In rock. No. Into.
Grig, no, in which
Ayo refer. Tayo refer. UIR. Tayo. And which. Ayo UIR. Ayo refer. In UER. Kid.
Antio. Refer. Into. UER. Refer.
In ayo bea. Tayo refer.
In arc.
Enid UIR.
Into you.
Gerek you new. Ak new.
In refer.
And we ayo refer.
Garrett. Into you. In which you refer.
In ayo. Kid.
Garrett. Into you. Into you. UER. Into you. UER. In wedge.
In it erect. Enid ayo refer.
Into you. Into you. In wedge. You into you refer. In you refer.
Greek UIR. Tayo.
And UER.
In kid. Ayo tayo.
Into and UER. In you into you.
Ayo refer.
And
And tayo. Ayo refer.
Garrett.
Enito. Tayo.
Into you. Into you.
Ayo refer.
And you into you.
In it you bea.
Greg,
Gerek. In nyan kid.
Gerek. Into you. In you. You. You.
you
Er.
need to UIA by
N wedge.
Greek. IUIR.
Into you. Into you.
Okay.
In a kid. Bea.
in which EU refer by
Into you.
Adayo. Ayu refer.
N wedge.
You. In ayu.
Into you.
Inita. You. Adayo.
N wedge. Into you.
Ayu.
Get you ear at you. And into you.
You refer.
Greg kids,
In kro. In yawit.
and tayo refer.
In kro. In kid.
Tayo
Into you. Gerek. And you. Into you.
Into you.
in Naya in Shrek,
Into you. You at you. Erect.
And we. Adayo. Ayu refer. Gerek. In akayu. Bea.
Get into you. Into you. In you. And you. Gerek.
Jirak
In you. You. Bea.
in what refer.
Into you. And where you refer.
Refer tayo
Greek. In Bea.
Get
In
in
which.
where.
Bea. Into you.
Ak, UI kids,
And you. Adayo. You.
Into you.
IR.
Into you refer. You into you. Into you. You Get you refer. Into you. And into you.
in kids, Naya in which Naya you refer kids,
In you. Gerek. Into you. Into you. And into you.
In ayu. Ayu refer.
In you. Into you. At you. Into you.
And which.
You. Into you.
Gerek.
refer.
Greg Tayo, Ak, EU refer,
Inage. Erek.
Get you. Into you. Into
in
you.
with Tayo, UI air,
And where. Into you. Into you. Into you. Get you. refer.
Dayo. UIR. Dayo. UIR. In which. Inage. Erek. Kid. Gerek. UIR. Dayo.
in Ak Babaya,
UI. Inito. And ayo. UIR.
You. Into you. Into you.
In ayo refer.
In what?
Dayo
and
refer.
Jirak
Thank you for the.
And
I
UIR.
didn't even
Into.
know what that was. The whim. The Gigantify.
Inito.
Appreciate that, my friend.
Greek.
Into you. Gerek.
In which. Kid. And Dayo. UIR.
Greg,
Inage. UER. Dayo refer. UIR. Dayo. UIR. In Greek. And which.
Jirak tayo
Greek. Ayo refer. Inito.
UER.
Greek. Dayo. Ayo refer. Ayo refer.
refer.
Gerek. Ayo.
in Ak, UI air,
and Jirak tayo
In Greek. UER.
Greg, Ak, no,
Dayo refer. And we. UIR. Dayo refer. Inito. Dayo. UIR.
Inito Tayo, EU Tayo, kids,
Greek. Ayo refer.
I don't want to build
And
these, but I'm
Dayo.
stuck in this
In
fucking
Ayo.
age.
In and we. Ayo refer. Dayo refer. In kid. And inito. Dayo refer. Dayo. UIR. Ayo UIR. Dayo UIR. And we.
Into you. And where. Into you. Into you. Refer.
Image.
you
Erect.
Ak, in which
kid. Kid into Gerek you kid.
In tayo. Greek.
Into you. Into you.
Ayu tayo.
Greek
UIR.
in tayo, UI kids, in which you refer, ini kids,
In UIR. Tayo refer. UIR. Tayo.
reply, in app, finito,
Into you refer.
In which you kid.
Gerek. You into you. You refer. Into you.
Tayo refer.
Get you kid.
Tayo refer. Tayo refer.
In kid.
Greek kids, in which kids,
Into you. In which.
UIR.
You
Tayo refer.
Get kid new.
ini kids,
Tayo. Greek. UIR.
NUIR, Greek, tayo, EU refer, in kids, ini UIR baya,
Tayo. Inito. Tayo. UIR.
You refer. Into you.
UIR.
Gerek. You at you. Into you. You refer. At
In
you.
kid.
in which tag, kids,
Init. UIR. UIR. And which.
Into you. Gerek. You into you. Into you.
In you kid. In you kid.
Greek, EU refer, you at aya iatu,
You into you.
in which tag, EU refer, UIR,
You refer.
Inito. Tayo.
inito, ak,
In you refer.
in EU tag,
And you into you.
Gerek.
UIR kids,
Greek. UIR. Tayo.
You into you.
Tayo refer. Greek. UIR.
You new.
in which kids,
In kid. In kid. In kid.
Tayo.
In kid. Ihoti. Gerek.
UIR.
Bea.
Tayo. UIR. Tayo. UIR.
In Gerek.
Tayo refer.
I get hit with another
UIR.
thing here, don't I?
Tayo refer.
You into you.
Tayo.
Another fucking
UIR.
like really well balanced god power.
UIR.
You get owned by that. Okay. Can't wait.
Tayo refer. UIR. Tayo. UIR. Tayo refer. Tayo. UIR.
NGO.
Tayo. UIR.
At you.
Tayo UIR. Tayo UIR. Tayo UIR.
In you.
This is actually ridiculous. He's one town center. How the fuck am I that far behind? What the fuck? You think I took a bad talent? No, man. I was gathering the whole time. What are you talking about? I had like a minute amount of idle time up here. I was on gold. I had a full pop army. But I'm... Did I not have... This Civ is terrible. I don't ever want to play this Civ ever again. I think it's absolutely ridiculous how bad this Civ is. Let me eat my bar. I was out teched, but I had about 30 more villages than he does. Yet I only get 1,000 more total resources. Yet all my villages were working the entirety of the game. Seems a bit crazy. Don't really understand. If he spots my shifting sands to the top gold mine and I lose that, then I go, yeah, sure. I should have lost. Oh, you didn't. You missed it. And I'm like, okay. I'm 2 TC. Full pop. He's 1 TC. All he does is A move in. Like, well, he doesn't do anything. There's literally like... Pegasus is an amazing player, don't get me wrong. He didn't do anything amazing in that game. I just got outpowered. I already did, Eric. It's in the chat. Your A move is better than my A move. Yeah, I think so. It was an incredible A move. In your chat. It's literally like, it says tails. Right. It's fine. You couldn't pick up, I couldn't pick up that relic. I couldn't pick it up either. It was very fucking stupid. I literally zoomed in, rotated around. I was just like, I'm here first. I just couldn't pick it up. It was fucking stupid. And then because you're playing Japan, you have 4 damage per second. I have 1 damage per second. Feels bad. Like, I swear, Egyptian is the worst civ right now. Nothing can change my mind. Every time I see an Egyptian player win, I'm like, yeah, but the other guy played the worst game. It was like the game we watched, Magic and Magic lose today. He lost a town center at the start of the game. He lost 700 resource at the start of the game. The game went to 28 minutes. I try so hard with this god. It's one of the pantheons I put the most time into over the years, and I just suck with him. I can't win. Kron, you have to understand, right? I can't play one town center versus Japan. Not only that, I had the top gold mine mining, right? I was mining from the top gold mine with shifting sands. So I wasn't gold starved. So, like, if I get gold starved, if I get attacked at 16 minutes after being on 2 TC, if I'm playing any other civ, I win. Like any other civ. Without question, I win. You give me 16 minutes on a second gold mine? You stay one town center? I win. I guarantee you. No, Ra can't play one town center versus Japan. It doesn't work. At least, it's never worked for me. The only way I've been able to beat Japan with Egyptian is basically a 2 TC. Maybe I should have gone for a village center in that game. Naked village center. Maybe that would have been the better play. Mosca would lose versus Pegasus Rush. He doesn't play Ra on the ladder against Pegasus Rush. In fact, let's have a quick look at the Mosca stats. Mosca on the ladder. Let's have a look. What has he played recently? Tsukiyomi, Poseidon, Kronos, Poseidon. Set versus John Arbiter, Poseidon. One Ra game versus Atif a month ago. Shanong, Nuwa, Loki, Tsukiyomi, Set, Loki, Nuwa, Gaia. A month ago, one Ra game versus Jack 90. What did he do? He went for a fast heroic. Shouldn't have worked. He just outplayed. He's just better than Jack. It's fine. If it was not Jack, if it was Pegasus Rush, he would lose. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay for the Egyptian player to be able to outplay, but... El Sapo. That's right. El Sapo. Let's have a look. I mean, it's fine, man. The god is just bad, and nobody picks Egyptian in this draft anyway. The only time Egyptian wins in this tournament is when someone does something real stupid. He's not even. Is he actually El Sapo? He's not in the top 100. Did he change the name? Oh no, there it is. I'm blind. Tsukiyomi. Shenong. Thor. One Ra game. He beat Neymar's Kronos. Impressive. Yeah, there's just a 0 Egyptian being played. fast angle versus security. Maybe that would have been a better play. I doubt it. You're starting? You start at 1800, no? Did you change the advertisement? El Sapo is your Smurf? Well, I smacked you around the other day. That's what happened. I didn't make slingers. Yes, I did. I didn't want to make slingers, but I had to make slingers. I think that's probably why I lost. If I had chariot archers, I probably would have won. I mean, the last time I saw Soup playing Ra, I was watching the game going, hang on. If his opponent went for Russia, then he would have lost. But his opponent didn't go for that god. And then he won. And you go, what are you doing here? What's happening? Why is this happening? All right. EricBR, Eisomarto. No! Wait for the time! Read the chat. Don't make me get angry. I stopped playing last August. Everyone complained nonstop about how OP Egypt was. What changed? Egypt's been power crept on by everyone. Now, Greeks got buffed. Norse got buffed. Atlanteans got buffed to stay with the power creep. Egyptians didn't really get any buffs. Or at least they didn't get any buffs that made any sense. So, China came in quite strong. Japan came in quite strong. And you can say that I'm bad all you want. That's totally fine. I'm okay to be bad. It's just totally fine. But everybody else is sucking with this god as well. It's not just me. Every time I'm watching the games, this Pantheon is sucking. And it's only people in Twitch chat not playing the god saying it's good. In fact, we're going to just jump over to a different thing and we'll just talk about the lack of Egyptian in this draft. Let's try that. And you can look at this and you can go, I wonder what's going on. Let's jump over to the thing and we're going to start talking about this series that's about to start. Okay, we've got this about to get kicked off. I need to get everything sorted. So the EricBR and Eisomarto train begins now. Right, the draft does not work. Why doesn't it draft? Who puts the draft that way? It goes gods first, then maps. Alrighty. So we're going to skip over the head-to-head here because we know these guys haven't played each other yet. So it's the first time they're meeting each other in the tournament. So we'll jump to the draft and we'll talk about what's going to be happening. Alrighty. So we got a Uranus and a Fushi to kick off this game. Oh, there's no Egyptian in this draft. In fact, there's no Egyptian banned in this draft. Interesting. Okay, we gotta switch off the I'm frustrated at that loss game, because that loss still is not gonna make any sense to me ever. I don't care what anyone says, just does not make any sense. Alrighty, it is time for. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say you can start now. Eric, please begin your game. It is time. Yep. We're going to get this show started momentarily, guys. Hope you guys are excited to hang out with me while we watch some very, very good Age Mythology here. We've got the man that took out Magic. So he's not a player to be underestimated at this point. Versus EricBR. One of the most well-spoken. Is that the word? I'm not sure. One of the most spoken Twitch chat members I've ever seen. What would I change about Egyptian? I don't know. I don't think it's really verbose. One of the most verbose Twitch chat members I've ever seen. Vocal Twitch chat members. All right, so they are off to the races, I think. I'm trying to find the lobby. Okay. We'll get started momentarily. Okay, so we've got about 2 minutes. Let's do it like this. I'll say one last thing on the state of balance. The only civ I don't want to play right now is Egyptian. Every other civ I'm very happy to roll. That doesn't tell you something. I don't know what does. As a random god player, it's the only civ I don't want to roll right now. Okay. Let's make this show start. New face, new you, new me. Alrighty, we are back with our next episode of Road to Athens, Playoff 2. Gameathon Athens LAN is on the way. One player has already jetted off. Not really. They've already got their ticket. One player has already got their ticket. We need 4 more. Will it be one of these two? We've got EricBR. We've got Eisomarto. We've got a star-studded matchup of up-and-coming talent. EricBR has been attempting to have success in the S-tier tournaments since 2024, I think. He's been having a struggle to get past the top 16. Today is his time to show everyone that he means business. Eisomarto as well, a newcomer. He started playing Age of Mythology when Retold came out, and he is well and truly cemented himself as a top 16 player at this point. He took out Magic last week. I should also say EricBR did have a very good win over Mini Yeti last week as well. This week, different situation. 2 players take out 2 strong players, and then they need to face each other. The way these playoffs work is that every week, their ELO gets readjusted, their seeds get readjusted. So every week we should be seeing different matchups. So lots and lots of opportunities to figure the whole thing out. Our first matchup is an Uranus versus Fushi matchup on the map Gorge. Let's jump into it. and see who is going to come out victorious. Let's go, Gorge. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map, we got Eric playing as Uranus, and in the left-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Eisomarto playing as Fushi. So the map is Gorge, best of 5 series here, and players are off to the races. A bit of an interesting start here from Eisomarto. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is. He's already onto this one exposed forward wood line, staying quite far away from his back gold. He could have shared the silo to some degree with this gold mine and the wood line, but he decides against that. Generally speaking, you want to share the silo if you can, because it does slow you down considerably in the early games if you don't. Eric, on the other hand, he's only got the one villager on gold. He's got the one villager on wood. This is looking like a very stock standard advance from him. No crazy fast rushes or anything like that, though we have seen some players really enjoying the really quite fast advance with Atlanteans recently. I remember there was a game, I think, that Recon played recently with one of the Atlanteans. I don't think it was Kronos. I think it was either Uranus or Gaia. And he went for a very fast advance time into early Terma and had a lot of success with that. I don't think that's what we're going to see here from Eric. It's impossible because he's already onto the wood. So it's going to be a normal advance time, quote unquote, so closer to the 3:30 mark. And we'll see what he's going to try and do here versus Eisomarto's Fushi. Now, Fushi's got a lot of different plays here against Atlantean. The only problem here is that inside of these plays, the Uranus can play around sky passages. And it's difficult to play this slow, death ball-y Fushi against that type of thing. That being said, Eric, he's taking this off script just a little bit here. He's going up through Prometheus. Recently, we've seen a lot of players really enjoying Oceanus, but it has since been, I wouldn't say it's been nerfed, but it has been changed in a pretty big way. And the big way that it's been changed is that ranged units, ranged heroes as well, but flying units. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Flying units now will get targeted and have homing ballistics if they get into range of a ranged hero. So ranged heroes have homing ballistics, which means the Caladria can no longer play hyper aggressive. So we're not going to be seeing that from Eric. Instead, he goes for the quick Prometheus, and he will drop a counter barracks and a counter barracks. And it is going to be looking like he is going to go into a Terma play. So I was right on the Terma play, just not the fast advance that I was expecting. So we'll see if Eisomarto has got the right answer to this. For the moment, he's gone 3 Kwafu. He's going through Chi Yao. I don't particularly like the Chi Yao in this matchup. Much prefer Juan Nu because it's a beautiful counter to Chaos. There are a lot of oracles out as well for Eric, and he has decided to grab a lot of relics while it's going on. He's given himself the Ogre Bitten Helm to boost up his heroes. On the flip side, Eisomarto has himself the Tusk of Dankang, which spawns 2 pigs every 150 seconds, and Sharon's Obel, which is dead villagers do give back some resources there. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Pioneers are just checking things out. And Eisomarto is happily staying one town center for the time being, not dropping any buildings just yet. Villagers on the front here, well, they're going to get harassed immediately, which is definitely something that you've got to be prepared to deal with as Eisomarto simply just running around, dodging the arrows for the moment, as in comes Najar. And those Terma, well, they should be scared of him. He is indeed scary. Well, the Terma do not beat Najar. That is, without a doubt. Okay, village center coming up. I'm 95% sure that is meant to be a town center here. And more Terma are going to be on the way. I really don't like this town center from Eisomarto. If you had a building down, a military camp already up and was making Javelineers, sure. But we've already seen once today that this has been somewhat of a risky maneuver. As more Terma are coming in onto this side, the Najar can sit here and try and sacrifice himself, play dodge him cars with the Terma, try and get that damage done. Of course, there is also a lightning weapons that he might want to drop just to make sure he finishes this up. And we've also got the Arts coming back in to help on the defense as one Pioneer goes down, two Pioneers go down. The Najar is almost able to take out this Terma here, and it will be able to do so. So two Pioneers for a Terma. Not the best of trades, as great control there from Eisomarto. He gets his town center up. Going to be onto the silo over here, not onto this gold mine just yet, but he does have food on the back. He's got himself berries. He's got himself a gold mine. He's going to be feeling good about that. Behind this, though, Eric, he is going for Prometheans. This is a very, very interesting move from Eric. This is not something this is not something for the faint of heart. It's a very all-in play. Eric has gone 5 oracles early. He is pumping the Prometheans, and he is going to be looking to all-in Eisomarto. Not only that, Eisomarto is about to learn of said all-in momentarily. As he sees those Prometheans in, he needs to start getting heroes. Now, he is Fushi, so he does have access to Tai Chi to boost up his hero's HP. That being said, Terma, they're an difficult unit to deal with, and this military camp is going to be getting taken down. Now, the big thing here for Eisomarto to be very well aware of is he can actually go into Dao Swordsman. Huge unit, lots of tank to sit there, and when you have that tanky unit playing defense, it's going to be able to help you defend with the towns and with the towers and things like that. On top of this, he can start throwing down military camps and attaching towers to it as well. Nice income units, and this Najar, you almost want to delete him at 14 HP and just build another one. There's another Pioneer getting sniped. Eric's plan here is simple: limit the hero numbers and get that advantage with the Prometheans. As Eric beats down the front to try and take out the house on the back, Pioneers are coming in hot here. I think the best play actually for Eisomarto would be to get onto that Peach Blossom Spring and spam units out as fast as humanly possible. For Eric, at the moment, the only issue for him is that, well, his gold mine at the back. Does he know about it, actually? Eric doesn't know there's a gold mine there. Shockwave onto that back position as the Promethean offspring. They're starting to come in. Another Najar is going to be needed immediately. Eisomarto not grabbing gold for the moment. He can come over to the Peach Blossom Spring if he wants. Eric is not taking it slow here. Town Center is getting a decent amount of damage done. And Eisomarto onto goats, onto cows, onto his main base over there. Up onto the top position, though. Eric can make that happen. He's got 80 favor in the bank. All these Prometheans look like a lot, but really he hasn't been making them in the slightest here. Javelineers to come through, trying to pick off those Terma to allow his Pioneers in. Fire Archers are also needed here. There isn't a single machine workshop for Eisomarto, and he's still holding on to this Peach Blossom Spring. Up to the top now. Eric searching, and he will spot the... Ooh, no, he hasn't spotted it just yet. He is going to come down to the bottom and just make sure. Nothing on the gold mine. Another military camp up onto this side. If you want to throw the Kavoth game plan in, a couple of buildings around the town center will lock that up. And so far, it looks like Eisomarto has gotten through the worst of this. He's almost finished his gold mine. He's got the Peach Blossom Spring with nearly 1,400 gold remaining. He's got himself the military camp up here as well as the Kwafu. I mean, worst case scenario here, he just has to make a run out on this side and he should be okay. But he needs to accept that he needs to run here. Otherwise, he's going to have some troubles. That being said, he does have lightning weapons, so maybe it's a valid option to look for a fight here. Onto this side, the Eisomarto military camp will end up going down as the Kwafu and Villager. They need to bail. On this backside, Eisomarto trying to get houses up as he's going to come through and look for the fight. Kwafu coming in. They're a good defensive bunch there as well. He can use those to fight if necessary. Eric looking to take the fight as well. He doesn't have Shockwave just yet. Lightning weapons is available, but Eisomarto running here. Dives into his town center for the time being. There is no Najar either, which would be a great help for him as the Kwafu joining in, throwing in those boulders. Doesn't have himself survival equipment. And Eric will run as he does get some damage done. Not looking for the crazy big commitment just yet. While that's going on now, Eisomarto onto the Peach Blossom Spring. A market also coming through. If there's one thing that Eisomarto needs, oh, he's got it. He has the Najar. He doesn't have Tai Chi just yet. He definitely needs some fire archers in as well. But not going for them just yet. So this army from Eric is looking very mighty. Iso knows about the gold mine. Eric knows about the gold mine now as well, right? But they both are aware that that's up. As the Prometheans coming in to take out the military camp. Eisomarto pulling back ever so slightly. More pioneers to come through. Still no fire archers, though. Dropping infrastructure, especially here, isn't the end of the world for Eisomarto. Little pot shots can make some sense as he will be getting himself the halberdiers, not the halberdiers, the terracotta riders on both sides. Lightning weapons now comes through. Is there enough heroes? Are there enough heroes? There's only 2 heroes for Eisomarto. Does he have enough stuff with the lightning weapons is the big question. The Terma are falling, but the melee units remain for Eric. Up to the top side, the units trying to get up onto this gold mine. That will be spotted by Eric, but there's no sky passages there. Kwafu goes down, and Eric is well and truly in the lead. Kwafu onto this gold mine. You take a quick look at what Eric can see. He sees the entirety of the map. So Kwafu coming over onto this side. Getting those big rocks thrown in. Trying to hold on here. We've got the Javelineers over here. Good control from Eisomarto to try and take out the Terma. But the town center is down. Eisomarto has abandoned this top position after he saw the Oracle there. Does not look like he's got enough stuff. Enough in the tank here to hold on. Now the main base going to be under siege as Eric charges in here. 1 Kwafu down. A second Kwafu will be falling. And Eisomarto finally says it's fire archer time. So don't know what he was waiting on there, but those fire archers have been needed for the past 5 minutes at least. There's 3 Terma here for Eric. 3. Now up to the top side. Maybe one last ditch effort here. Survival equipment not in just yet. Villager differential is equal after all is said and done, which is a huge advantage for Eric moving forward. What Eric could do behind this, without question, is wander forward, put a sky passage down here, wander in, put a sky passage down here, and then also a sky passage maybe in the center. He does not need them for economy in the slightest here. There's no threat. In comes the Eric army as the fire archers now are through, but there's not a front line for them. There's no front line for the fire archers, and I don't care who you are, what unit you are. You need a front line for your archers. Will this be enough, though? Is this too much of a commitment from EricBR? Shockwave comes down. Units back to fighting. There's not much remaining here for Eric. Turns out I'm wrong. You don't need a front line. Fire archers are all you need. And Eisomarto holds. And he says, immediately, I need my town center back up. Another Promethean to go down. One too many commitments from Eric. He didn't actually need to do that. I thought he was going to win that fight, but he didn't actually need to do that. Regardless, he has a second talent center up. He's in front on villages. Third talent center coming down. One move from Eric now could be to go into mass hero citizens if he wants to. But I think Eisomarto, I thought he'd got through the worst of it before, but now he's definitely gotten through the worst of it. His town center is up. Waifu numbers, they're not that low either. He's got 6. Down to the bottom side. One house going to be going down. As the javelin is. Come through. We will see some Terma getting taken out. As Eric is being caught. But while this goes on, units come into the front. And there's nothing here to defend for the moment for Eisomarto. So Eisomarto gets some kills, but he does get distracted away. And Eric comes in, sees the damage, sees the villagers. Eisomarto, no reaction here. Villagers bailing now, but too little, too late. That's 2 Kwafu potentially going down. 2 going down. A third one also gets caught. Huge for Eric. 53 to 74 villagers after that raid. Eric's up to 3 town centers. He is in full send for the moment. Eisomarto making his way back over. There's going to be a heroic age in for Eisomarto. Not for Eisomarto, for Eric. Almost. Hyperion the God of Choice. 5 oracles with a 6-1 on the way for Eric as well. Some of them are sort of crossing over. But nonetheless, Gormang coming through from Eisomarto as well. So he also is competitive with that heroic age. But he's well and truly behind here. Now we got the forward sky passage. We got the sky passage over here as well. This is where life gets very, very difficult for everyone, not just Fushi, but anyone in this position. Oh, actually deleting that, interestingly enough. Probably to put it over onto this side. But once you get the sky passages everywhere, now I can hit here, now I can hit here. And of course, a 4th sky passage is going to be available momentarily as well. That being said, Eisomarto, as the China player, against Iranos, you've always got the late game. Get to the late game. Get an unkillable army. Maybe, just maybe, he can bring this one back from the brink. Onto the top side. Eisomarto charges forward. The unit's popping out of here. This is not a fight he can really take. Chaos onto this would be brutal. He will be dropping that down. Units here get caught out. The Chaos finishes. Eisomarto running. Shockwave gets dropped down. A couple more units will end up falling as they also get snared up after that, as now they're finally pulling away as their ballet onto the front. Is there enough stuff here for Eisomarto to hold? Looks like there is, as Eric says, nope. I'm giving it to you. You can have it. We'll come back later. Also the palace up for Eric, so he can go into destroyers, which are always somewhat difficult for China to deal with. Generally, the way you beat the destroyer is you go Nubar, and you make yourself either Tautier, or you make yourself Dao or Fire Archers, or actually go Rusho and you make Dao. But when you go for Gormang, you kind of have to make you kind of have to make the white horse cav. As another palace coming up over here. The Taowu is here, so he can deny this. Oh, never mind. He's deciding he wants to go elsewhere. Fair enough. Now the Taowu going after this town center here. Should be somewhat simple to defend against, but needs a unit up. He does have a couple of heroes already in. Unless Eric misses it, which I doubt he will. Villagers getting targeted down in the main bases. Eisomarto has to garrison, and in comes Hecate now for Eric. It's one hero citizen. And a dream here to stop this town center from falling. Albert is charging over here as the Contarius are going to be retreating. We do have the palace up. Another palace coming through. Destroyers to start coming down. Eric is just simply in control right now. And Eisomarto has to find a way through. Taking out the Sky Passage. Trying to take out the palace next. Things like that might be nice. Albert is managed to get on top of the heavy Contarius here. Eric's not paying attention to this one. Does get a couple of nice kills there. It's the palace for Eric. Slowly getting taken out. And in comes the guard towers from Eisomarto. Bit of a wild pickup there. I mean, you could go into a whole bunch of towers here with the amount of wood and gold in the bank. Another ballet, though, for Eisomarto at this moment. The big issue for Eisomarto is mostly that his gold mine is going to be expiring here, and he needs another town center. Now, he could try the big forward push through this and try and take out the town center here and grab that one for himself. But momentarily, more like soon, there's going to be a Tartarian gate in his main base. And when that happens, life gets very tough. Lightning weapons gets dropped. Some more tiny bits of damage to come through here. Eric rightly just runs, no problems. He will also have another chaos to drop momentarily here, as well as the Oracle gets taken out. Into the main base comes the Tartarian gate, as some halberdiers are in to try and deal with this, but it's not easy to take out the Tartarian gate. No, sir. And now Eric can come in. He doesn't need to drop chaos here. He's got plenty of units. Eisomarto says, I will run. Chaos will come through. Wants to get as much damage as he possibly can get here. And the forest protection gets dropped. So Eisomarto has somewhat of a defensive position to hold here. We do have the Lampedia as well, causing some issues as that gets stolen away by the Sage. No, it doesn't get stolen away by the Sage. The Sage is doing other things. Main base still trying to take out that Tartarian gate. This is just so much damage onto the EricBR, onto the Eisomarto economy. EricBR is so far in front right now. Destroyers coming up. They can take out the ballet. 5k to 2.2k military resources. With the forest protection is getting at least some damage done here, but it looks like Eisomarto will say, all right, GG, well played. Just a little bit too much damage from that second town center defense. Eisomarto got through it, and Eric then threw a little bit into him with that one fight. I think the game would have been very, very tough if that fight never happened on the side of Eric, but a very solid start here for EricBR. Heroes taking out those Prometheans was a difficulty. Fire Archers were just really late from Eisomarto. Of course, you got to be careful building them because you have to deal with the fact that there's Terma, but there's also tons of Murmillos, so you have to build them. And he just didn't go for it. He didn't get them out. I don't think he went onto that tree fast enough either. I think he could have gone earlier on the tree, had access to a gold mine, had the military out to be okay here. But too strong from Eric for game number 1. We'll see what Eisomarto can do in game number 2, if he can bring this one back or not. Let's jump over to the draft and see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Another game, another you, another me. It is Cloud Forest next. We're going to see a Kronos versus Gaia matchup. All right. A Kronos versus Gaia matchup. Unfortunately, I had to go find the URL. I have the URL now. On Cloud Forest. How do I intend to transport? I'm just going to change that name to how do I intend to transport the players to Athens if they qualify? Everyone gets a plane ticket. Very, very simple. A simple answer to a simple question. How do the Chinese gather rates function with the Peach Blossom Spring? They get, I think it's 100% gather rate, no, 50% gather rate on it. I think it's 50% bonus gather rate. I think. Can't remember. And we have a really, really fun map here coming up. Kronos and Gaia, not the easiest of matchups for the Kronos. But that being said, I have been seeing Kronos players doing better and better in this matchup, finding alternative ways to play it. So we shall see. All right. I mean, the big worry for the Kronos is that the Gaia player gets all the map with all the Gaia lush, better economy from the trade route, and then stronger units through Oceanus or Leto. Leto's on the other side, but Oceanus, Rhea, or I guess you can also go Thea. And then you've also got access to Atlas or Hecate. All right, guys, it is time to jump into game number 2. Eric did get off to a very, very nice start here, sticking with his Atlanteans into the next one, but it is an Atlantean mirror now. Let's jump into Cloud Forest and see how it's going to go. And off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, Kronos for Eric. A mana coming down, which does indicate we're not going to be seeing a Kronos rush. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we have Eisomarto playing as Gaia. Yes, the map is Cloud Forest. This one is new to the Obsidian Mirror DLC where the Aztecs came through. If you guys are watching and you haven't picked that one up, definitely consider grabbing it. Because if you grab it, then that's good for me, right? Right? More people playing this game, the better. Dar's Scepter over here, we have the wood and gold cost minus 25%. Up onto this one, we have the Fur of Boit, the regeneration rate of heroes at 0.25. Then we have Wu Hao Bo of Huangdi, which makes units get snared the same way that melee units do. And Bridal of Pegasus over here as well. It's Pegasus that will respawn every 60 seconds. So we'll see what way Eric is going to be approaching this. Of course, playing for... There are a couple of very, very interesting ways you can play. You can just play a 2 TCs type game. You can play hyper aggressive. You can go for Prometheans. You can play all Valors onto your villages and play defensive and even convert villages into heroes. There's a lot of different angles for Chronos, but at the end of the day, Gaia gets early economic upgrades, starts with 2 hero citizens, and has a better defensive presence than Chronos does. So everything points to, if Chronos is the one on the offensive, then that should benefit the Gaia. So we'll see if that's what's going to happen or not. For the moment here, relics are going to be coming through as a hero oracle does get converted in. Grab Wu Hao Bo of Huangdi. This is actually really important because it's going to allow Eric to play Terma angles. The issue with going Terma versus Gaia is that if the Gaia player spreads their Lush well, they can actually go Catapulties. Catapulty heroes on Gaia Lush move way faster than the Terma, so you can't use those Terma on top of the Lush. Nonetheless, relics coming up over here. Dar's Scepter. I like that pickup from Eisomarto. Good priority there. This relic to help out with farms. Farms are incredibly expensive as Atlantean. 25% off is huge. Takes them down to... What is it? It's not... Is it 150? It's 150 wood per farm, right? So it takes it down to something like 120. Less than that. 130... Sorry, more than that. 130-ish wood, which is really, really nice. Now the counter barracks coming up from Eric. And it will be, again, the Terma. Now, unlike last game, military barracks from Eisomarto. He's got a very defensive position. He can sit back, play defense for a very long time here. The citizens are going to be... He's not going for a town center, is he? Surely not. He's going to move forward onto the chickens? No? Wait. What is this move from Eisomarto? This is so wild. And the Oracle is going to spot this.
Here, Joes.
Yeah, it does spot this, and Eisomarto pulls back. He's going to drop double manas. I don't understand that in the center. That doesn't make any sense. Well, both manas will be up, but both these villages are just going to be idled. Ladria coming in. Can be somewhat of an assistance over here. And so Mamillo is going to come through for some quick cheeky smacks. And of course the Caladria sitting up onto this side can also help out. You just have to make sure you stay very far away from the Terma. Otherwise life will get tough. Is Eric going to continue with the shoot and scoot? And you look at this 3.8 speed from having that relic, and now the Prometheans are coming through for Eric. super early. This is such a wild decision from... I'm sorry, this is a wild decision from Eisomarto. Eisomarto has to pull all the way back to his main base, and he's taking... It's so much idle time here. Eric's going to be in. He's going to be getting some good damage done. We do have the Terma in from Eisomarto as well. He drops the Carnivora, but not close here. Trying to get the shoot and scoot micro happening. It's a little bit of that Age of Empires 4 shenanigans for the early game, but there's so many more units for Eric. It's not going to be easy. But so far, good control from Eisomarto to help him away. Over onto this side, getting himself back onto the hunt there. He's over on this side for hunt there and on the chickens. They're spreading out nicely as we do have the Oracle back in, trying to just make sure that this hunt isn't getting eaten. The Terma come through, however, and the citizens, well, they are both going to be falling. Actually, maybe not. The Caladria can help out with the heals. Gets one alive, the other one getting healed up, can't dodge. One citizen down. Big win for Eric, but can he get out of here without losing too many units? And it's looking like the Terma from Eisomarto not able to make it happen just yet. Yes, Hero Catapulti's on Lush. Does he have the upgrade yet? Or at the very least get channels and Terma. Like Terma channels, they're also good enough to beat the Chronos Terma. Because you can dodge those arrows. You can get in and get out. For the moment, villagers. 2 villager lead for Eric. It's not the biggest of deal. But the pressure is just going to keep on coming in here. Prometheans on the way. Murmillo's on the way. Eisomarto still in the defensive position. As his Terma try to pop forward. Try to get some more picks. I wouldn't mind seeing Economic Guild or another mana over here as the citizens are going to come up onto this gold mine. I like that play a lot. Another mana over here makes a lot of sense. As the Terma coming through, Eric doesn't see this. He hasn't seen a whole lot of the side of the map here. As the Carnivora, a good distraction there. Little bit of damage in from Eisomarto. As he charges forward. Nice damage. Hero units in onto the backside. And all of those Prometheans are looking very, very funny sitting in here at the moment. Of course, there is the Carnivora. So if you're going to build Carabalista, you need to heroize those Carabalista. Otherwise, the Carnivora will eat them. And it's so much value. 215 resources. Eric pulling back. This fight, I don't think that Eisomarto should be taking it. He is still the defender in this matchup. Spread Lush. Get yourself to enough heroes that these Prometheans aren't an issue. It's the Caladrias going to do what they can on the back there. Comes the Carnivore. It gets eaten up! And the Valor got taken! I haven't seen that before. Actually, I think I have seen that before. And the other Carabalista goes down as all these hero units are not going to be enough, it looks like. The Caladrias, however, they can keep them alive for a long time. In fact, I don't think he's even attacking the myth units with those hero units. But now Eisomarto needs to pull back. He does get a big win on that fight. So long as he doesn't lose anything after this, he should be fine. But that's a big win. As Eric now pulling back, getting more units out. A little bit of idle time on the town center, though, with the spam coming through. And villager differential is back to equal. Eisomarto has to be careful with these fights now, though. He does have the Terma edge, but what he needs is probably Hero Carabalista. He's going to make some Hero Mamillos in, but like 2 Hero Carabalista on the side of Eisomarto with Gaia Lush and channels. Life's going to be very, very tough for these Prometheans here. As Eisomarto charges back in yet again. I don't like this fight in the slightest. Great control from Eric. Pulls the Prometheans back. Eric manages a nice trade in here as the Terma shoot and scoot back. He can still take out the low HP units here, but not going for it just yet. Eisomarto still looking for pressure onto this side. I'm keep on saying it, but I can't say I'm a fan of the all-out aggression. We do have the Kyra Ballister in now, but no heroization on it. If you heroize them, then you don't even need to care what they're attacking, because they're either going to be hitting Prometheans or Murmillos, both of which are perfectly valid and what you want. And we'll see if Eisomarto can make it happen. Kyra Ballister getting that damage done. Citizens idling inside of the manor as they can't really work just yet. And Eric pulling back. Citizens coming through out of the manor to try and take out the Kyra Ballister. But now they will end up getting targeted down. But even so, while this is going on now, Eisomarto has to make a run for it here. Or he's just going to sit on the front and take the fight. The Kyra Ballister here getting taken down by the Terma on the back. Terma from Eisomarto getting a bunch of damage themselves. Some pullback micro from Eisomarto here as well. Is this going to be the fight he needs to win this one or not? Terma getting onto the back. They pick up another hero, Kyra Ballister. But now there's no Terma. Well, there's one Terma remaining. Excuse me. But it does look like there is barely enough stuff here for EricBR as a Carnivora gets dropped down, eats up one Murmillo, and Eric turns, will take out the Carnivora. Another hero, Murmillo, getting converted in. And those Murmillos will now pull back and see what they can do. Prometheans going down, a little bit more damage in, and I think Eisomarto gets through that with an advantage. The macro from Eric has gone out the window. 5 on wood with nearly 800 wood in the bank at this point is not an option. A town center could be a valid option. Lots of hero Termas now getting converted. And Eric is in a lot of panic now. Getting up his military barracks, more infrastructure to spend. 46 villages to 52. He was up a citizen at one point here. As the Oracle on the back does go down. Hero Murmillo's coming through. Buildings falling. Eisomarto spreading out the manors, but I think at this point, you got to say, I've got map control. Let's get in here and let's start spreading the lush. There still isn't a channels upgrade in, though. This is one of my favorite upgrades to grab. This one Kyra Ballister. It looks like Eric trying to get in, trying to get a little bit of value, but not going to happen just yet. Militarily, Eric catching up on... No, he's not. Never mind. I thought it was closer than that. It's not. As Eisomarto will pull back. Finish up that counter barracks here. It looks like a heroic age from Eisomarto, but I've thought about this. I had this conversation with another high-level player not too long ago, but there isn't a huge amount of value in going to the heroic age in the Atlantean Mirror. Staying classical age and just getting extra town centers tends to be more value in my experience. You get access to the Contarius, which gets heavily counted by the Catapulti, available in the Classic Age. You get access to the Arcus, which gets heavily counted by the Terma. In the Classic Age, you get access to the Destroyer. There's not a heavy counter to the Destroyer for the Atlanteans, but the Murmillo is perfectly fine and perfectly fine and good to use where that's concerned as well. As in comes the units, but Eisomarto spending on the heroic age. He doesn't really want to fight, but he can keep using the speed advantage that he's got here with his hero units. And it looks like Eric kind of has a feeling that this is the case. He needs to take a fight pretty quickly here. He's trying to get to the heroic age himself, though, so he's not in a full spam situation. Town center in the center up for Eisomarto now. More heroes coming through. He doesn't have himself that upgrade for cheaper heroes, though, so these are expensive. Some good control from Eisomarto still. And in comes the units. There goes the Carnivora. Hyperion's on the way, but is it going to matter as the Terma trying to get around, trying to get onto those Caraballista? They will come close. They're going to take them out quickly. Is there enough stuff here for EricBR at the moment? Even if there's not, can he continue? I don't think he can. And that there is the game as Eisomarto strikes back. Gets on the scoreboard and tournament jitters subside for both players. Once you're 1-1, you know you're in the middle of an Age Mythology series. That's what they say. And the guy feels strong here. And a well-controlled game from Eisomarto. I didn't love him walking so aggressively forward early game here. That was scary. Lots of very big mistakes from Eisomarto early on. But when it comes down to it, in the fights, the control was there. And it worked out for Eisomarto. And when you take a look at this post-game, and you see, militarily speaking, it just wasn't a fight that went in the way of Eric how he would have liked it to be. They were close, but close isn't enough when all resources collected favors neither player. But I guess all resources collected was equal, but it didn't matter. All right, guys, let's jump back to the draft, see what they're going to pick for the next game. Alrighty, next map is Budapest. And it is a Hades versus Noir. Interesting map to pick Noir on. I don't mind the pick, but it is interesting. I'll explain maybe why it's interesting in-game. But the big strat to beat, or the one that I think a lot of players are looking to exploit or use, probably use as the best one, is that middle of the map fortress from Hades. What Noir has is quite a strong economy, a possibility to play 2 TC and not need to drop a ballet. What do I mean by this? Well, if your game plan here as the Hades is to move into the center of the map and drop a fortress and then start sieging, then you have to spend the 700 resources on your fortress, right? 10 favor, 300 wood, 300 gold, plus the build time. I can do the same thing and just drop a town center and not build my ballet, right? Because it's about the same cost. But then you go, well, how do you deal with the siege? Good thing for Noir is you can build siege out of your machine workshop. So the counter here, this makes sense. That being said, the complete opposite way to play this, and not even playing into that fact, is to just play for Ares. Ares against China has been pretty good for quite a while because you can catch them out, but two, if you get to the heroic age and then you go for your underworld attack, you have access to Peltast, you have access to the pestilence. You can catch the Noir player very much out. So there's definitely some angles to go elsewhere. And finally, the other big thing here, though, is for a while, I'm not sure it's the case at the moment or not, because I haven't played this matchup in a hot minute, especially not since the recent patches. But Hades would just dominate versus China for I don't really know why. They just would have it would be a really tough game for the Noir unless they use those Qinglong, the water dragons. Water dragons now, they're still decent, They're still okay, but they aren't what they once were. They're not there just splashing you, taking you down to 20 HP, leaving, coming back and finishing you off. Now you have to you have the opportunity to run away and be in a good spot. We'll see what Eric's going to do here. He's got his Hades, he's got his Greek on a map that he feels comfortable with, but up against the Noir, this is going to be an interesting one, to say the very least. Let's jump into Budapest and see what's going to happen. Off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Eric playing as Hades. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we have Eisomarto playing as Noir. We do have the docks coming up in the sort of center of the map as the clay peasants are enjoying both sides of this. I like this opening from Eisomarto a lot as an attempt to just throw a wall down here and keep him very much safe. There's another peasant actually coming in. Is this fast enough? He's got to attack the wall. Other clay peasant to come through? No. Well. Another dock actually from Eisomarto. He wants as much fish on this top side as he possibly can. Just attack the middle one though. Okay, it's not going to happen. Villager now says, all right, see ya. That's fine. Pretty interesting play from Eisomarto, to say the very least. I'm not sure I am in agreement with his attempts to get the shanks going on, but he will get a second dock up here. His fish will be coming through, and he is going to enjoy all of that. I feel like he should probably also, well, he's got to get the fish on this left side as well. Having a look in the main base as well. 4 villagers on food. He's got himself his Kawafu started, and we've already got excitement. Already excitement. Now onto the top side, Eisomarto is going to attempt to get as many fishing ships out here as he possibly can. And he can afford to get quite a few through, but the problem for him is he hasn't built his Kawafu yet. Not sure what he's waiting for, whether he wants this one or whether he wants this one. Doesn't really matter. Maybe he's going to go for it now. He has the resources for it, maybe too focused on other things, saving favor for full myth unit, chillin' mass, instead of going for a single Kawafu. Makes, I guess, some sense. These goats, they are just going straight past Eric's nose here, and Eric goes, all right, that's fine. Kind of interesting. Goats over here getting taken as final fishing spot does get taken on the top. And Eisomarto needs to stop fish here immediately. Does he? Yes, he does. Lucky. On the bottom side, though, Eric coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots. 2 spots for Eisomarto. Devastation. This should not happen as China. At the very worst, it's 4-4. Because you have the clay peasants coming in on both sides. You don't need to spend the time walking to the middle with your regular villagers. He should have come out with an advantage here, but he comes out behind, which is absolutely wild. Do you lose another spot? Doesn't look like it. Anyways, main base. We got the Wafu hero in. I imagine it's going to be a temple momentarily. And on the back now, the fish for Eisomarto to start coming through. And it's going to be a classical age soon from Eric, as well as a classical age from Eisomarto, most likely after this villager comes through. And it's going to be how to here. This is another sort of strange decision. I don't know if I like it, because I guess you're probably playing around the heroes charging into your base. Hit the classical age, drop the earth wall down immediately on this silo, protect all of this, and then you are kind of fine early game. But then again, you've also got access to Vanish, which you can use to play around that sort of an early game attack. And we'll dock over onto this side from Eisomarto. And hand axe, pickaxe coming through for Eric as more houses are coming up. Didn't really talk much about the relics. The Staff of Dionysus is on the left. Too much action in this one. Scales of Echidna at the top is kind of huge. On the bottom side, there is the Pandora's box as well. Myth units are wanted on this map. And the Nine-tailed Fox Charm. We got the trifecta of myth unit relics. The only thing missing is that Shards of Mictlan, I think. As the earth wall to come through, Eric can try to get a little bit of the old help here to stop this from coming in, but it looks like that earth wall will be coming through. And wait, can you repair it? No, not while it's building automatically. So a little bit of damage. Machine Workshop for Eisomarto straight away is a little bit strange. Of course, the Minotaur going to come through. And we'll see where to next. I'm sure behind all of this, it's already going to be an armory. I do prefer the market on water maps a little bit over the armory. So you have the option of selling food first if you're going to go for a fast heroic. But of course, the armory is perfectly fine, as well as the chillin', or the, not the chillin', Xiongqi coming through. And no villagers taken down. No heroes in the main base for the moment. All the villagers trying to play a little bit of defense as everyone's this side going to try and eat up those vills. Eric taking a lot of damage. The fact of the matter is all the villagers over here, they're open for the takings, but Eisomarto doesn't go for it. Eric gets pretty lucky, I'd have to say, to not lose any villagers in that moment. But some idle time is caused. We do have a little bit of a fight over here as the Meng Chong and the Lao Chuang siege ship and hammer ship coming through to get a little bit of damage up onto this spot to try and give himself back these positions. And we hear Doc getting targeted down as well. And where to next for Eisomarto? A little bit late to the heroic age. Lots and lots of food in the bank right now for Eric. And that's what I mean with the market. He could have sold food, gone to the next age. Do have a military academy and an archery range coming in. And of course, there will be a Aphrodite momentarily you'd have to expect from Eric. This has been somewhat the standard on this map, and it's the strategy to beat, like I said. These two fishing ships need to garrison. No docks helping out here is really, really bad for Eisomarto. Onto the top side as well. In comes the Eric Pentacontas. Eisomarto does not notice this and loses everything. He's now has to build two more Dolgians. And there goes the Aphrodite. So Fire Archer is going to attempt to take down this dock. Fire Archers do have a pretty big bonus versus buildings at 4x. But when you take a look at the actual effective Pierce HP, they have 16,000 effective Pierce HP. So you do the math. 4 times 6 divided by 16,000. That's how long it takes Fire Archer to kill off a building in the classical age. With no upgrades. I mean, it's not that different to anything else. Like the house has got 45,000. Sorry, 4,500 effective Pierce HP. So it's fine. Anyways, heroes in. Always a difficulty for the Chinese to deal with this because you need Dao basically out to deal with those heroes. And you don't often see the Chinese players going for that sort of an idea. Meanwhile, onto the bottom, the Skylar going after the docks. Of course, if you target down the ships, it's probably a little bit better. And he will get out a myth unit on this side, I think, himself. But while this is all going on, Eric just going to be making himself out enough units. And I have to imagine he's still going to go for this middle of the map shenanigans here. Still no market from Eric. Imperial Academy coming in from Eisomarto. Onto the top side as well. The Scarlet is in, but that will go down here to the docks. So at the very least, the right side of the water is not quite yet won for EricBR. And there comes the fortress. Now, like I said, this isn't the biggest of deals for Noir. The problem is, the main problem here for Eisomarto is he's just behind. I don't really know why. I mean, apart from him just getting sort of outplayed here, he is just behind here. And in he comes to try and take this out. The guy goes down. He's going to try and take out the fortress. For the moment, as the fire archers doing what they can. Do we see any siege? No, we do not. Fortress is going up. Terracotta Riders now going after the villagers here. Is there enough stuff? We've got the Javelineers going after the Peltasters, the Terracotta Riders to retreat. They will now go after this fortress as well. Of course, the Fire Archers against the fortress that's not built will do tons of damage. And you can see it's going down here as the heroes back in. Eisomarto pulling back, and now he will say, okay, time for the siege crossbows. He doesn't have himself the attachment in, so they're taking a long time to come through. Fortress is up. Sentinels will come through next. A random peasant does decide to give his life. And Eisomarto with a very awkward-looking forest protection. Town center is also sending villagers forward here for some reason. Don't ask me why, but he wants to send them to his death. Now the siege crossbow on the way. Villagers will be falling. Wait, what is it? What is happening from Eisomarto? He keeps on sending villagers to their death. This is really, really bad. Behind this, no siege just yet, as the Sentinels will get taken out. You need the Metropolis to take out the tower first, and of course then the earth walls, as the Sentinels will be going down quickly here. But Eric's just got so much food. Where's the market? He does not need this much food, right? Top of the map, the Chi-Wen is in, so those docks will go down slowly. Eisomarto might be more than just okay here. He might be in a fantastic spot. He's also got the Tao Wu, which you can use to try and charge in and take out that Metropolis. You can see 2.4 speed versus a 3.2 speed. You get close, then you attack, charge in, easily take it out, as this fortress is slowly going down. The second Metropolis is in. On top of this, you've also got the healing on the siege crossbows, which is kind of a big deal, as the Nemean Lion does come through, does steal away the Minotaur for the fight as well. Restoration coming through. Not really a huge necessity to stay on this spot, but the tower goes down, and the forest protection now is over, as the Chi-Wen coming through, trying to deal with all of this. But I don't know about this fight from Eisomarto underneath the fortress. This is exactly what EricBR wants here. Fire Archers on the back going down to the Peltast. You have the Javelineers trying to take out those Peltast as well, as into the back position comes that Tao Wu to take out the Petropoli. And this is not working at the moment for Eisomarto. Infrastructure not up. Units in queue. 6 Fire Archers in queue has to hurt here. Now, of course, the Sages as well, they can heal up the Siege Crossbow, so there's that option too. 20 HP Metropolis doesn't have that option of healing. In fact, I think the Sage out heals one Metropolis without question. As Eisomarto does start sieging down the EricBR Metropolis on the back. No problems there. He's just going to continue to sit back here. Up onto this spot, though, the White Horse Cavalry do get greeted by some hoplites. And for some reason, Eisomarto's not healing the crossbow anymore. Okay, he's going to pull back at the very least, so maybe he'll start... There he goes. Starts healing it up again. It is a slow amount of healing. These Sages don't heal very fast from memory. It is 7.5 HP. It's not nothing. That's definitely something. And in comes the army of Eric yet again, trying to squeeze Eisomarto in this game. White Horse Cav just searching for gold villages. The gold villages are over on this left-hand side, so they are open for the pickings. Now Dow starting to get mixed in. As the walls will get broken down slowly. I don't think that Eisomarto can keep his walls up for the moment. As two end up falling. A third is going to go down quickly. Eisomarto back underneath this town center. There's almost enough favor for another restoration as into this main base comes the powerful Greek army. Eric, he's made this move many times where he says, it's time to go. Let's kill off my opponent. He has been stung by it many a times, but it's not looking like today is going to be a similar day. The army of Eisomarto falls. The Tawu comes in a little bit late to try and take out those Metropolis. But it doesn't matter because there's nothing remaining. The hoplites can just clean the town center up, and Eisomarto taps out as the game goes to EricBR. Oh, man. A close one. The fortress could have been picked. I think if Eisomarto had literally just got the attachment on the machine workshop and had himself out one siege weapon, then all of a sudden, there's no fortress in his face. And then he's able to actually make himself a premium army. He's probably able to get a town center up as well. But nonetheless, a well-played game 3 from Eric. He is one win away from his second appearance in the round of 8, the weekend matchup. Let's jump back to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 4 and see if Eric can make it happen or if Eisomarto can yet again strike back and equalize. Let's check it out. All right, the next one is a Susanoo versus Thor on the map Blue Lagoon. All righty. Okay, so we've got game 4 now. Eric on Susanoo is somewhat scary for Eisomarto, but there is some play here for Thor in this matchup. Because Thor can go for the Dwarven Armory opening, and Thor can threaten a really aggressive early game, well, Eric's got to be first very quick to scout what's going on. So he has to get into the enemy base. He's got to see the Dwarven Armory, confirm that it's going to be a slow advance, or see no Dwarven Armory and confirm that it's going to be a fast advance, and he's going to be the one under pressure. On top of that, if you do go for the Dwarven Armory advance, if you've got the map for it as the Thor player, you can play very, very defensive here. Can play very defensive. Lots of walls, lots of defense, lots of booming, lots of hill forts. And the ultimate aim, I think, is to just not take a fight versus Susanoo. You want to avoid it. Stronghold Dev, this is a different matchup. This is Thor. I was talking about Odin and Loki. They're different. Definitely Odin. Odin is trickier. Anyways, let's not confuse the words that I say. Well, you're remembering wrong. Don't fight me. I'm telling you what happened. You're going to have to go back and search it. All right, we're not arguing anymore. The conversation is finished. You're wrong. All right. Susanoo and Thor. We'll see what Eisomarto is going to do. Not an easy matchup by any stretch, but definitely some defense has to be the way to go. See if he's going to be able to do it. Let's jump into game number 4. Susanoo versus Thor. 1 win for Eric remaining on the map Blue Lagoon. In the left-hand corner, we've got Eric playing as Susanoo, and in the right-hand corner, there is Eisomarto playing as Thor. We've got some relics on the map. Let's check them out first and foremost. Demeter's Throne. Some build time going up there on the storehouse, or going down, I should say. Faster, building faster as well as being cheaper. Fur of Boit. Regeneration rate plus 0.25 there for the heroes. Up onto the top side, there is the Harmonious Necklace. Just gold gather rate plus 10%. And finally, there is the Eye of Onlu as we move into the base and we can talk about it. Eisomarto with the Dwarven Armory. Now, here's the deal. We build our base like this, or life gets really tough for us. Dwarven Armory probably should have been dropped here. And then you have an option to wall here, and then temple here, wall here, and a wall here. And you are safe from the Kitsune raids for the start of the game. That's what's really important, because it's very, very tough to do anything otherwise. On the flip side, the natural response for the Susanoo when they see that is to probably go for a town center, which means while you have yourself in a nice safe position, you're able to then go and actually do something. You're able to go raid and all that other good stuff. Let's see how it's going to go for Eric. We'll see what sort of a plan he's got. I do think you have to find yourself some early game Kitsune here. Otherwise, you can also get onto you can also be under some pressure early on too. We'll see how it goes for Eric. Getting his temple up nice and quick. He did go and scout. He did see and confirm the Dwarven Armory, so he knows he's not under pressure. Temple also coming up from Eisomarto here. Not liking the building positioning. It's going to be tough for him to wall up his base, so the Kitsune will be a problem. Of course, if he sits them in a defensive position on top of his resources and just sort of plays a little bit of the patrol situation. The issue is he just can't leave his base. Otherwise, he's going to take a lot of damage from those Kitsune. Maybe he hits Eric back and gets some damage onto Eric as well, but regardless, he's going to lose a lot in his main base as well. As Miko are going to slowly start coming through from Eric 2. It's 1, and I imagine it will be an advance, and it will be Minakata Tomi. Not really surprised to see that. We've been seeing a lot of Minakata Tomi recently. But this does make things, I would say, slightly less complicated for Eisomarto. He now doesn't need to worry about Swampland, which means he can be a little bit more aggressive. That being said, there will be a Shrine of the Hunt on the front. It's going to protect his gold mine and all the other good stuff that comes from that. As now the Kitsune are going to come through. Crushing Waves is going to come through. We do see the most random of corner wall here you'll ever see. I would love to explain this and be like, this makes perfect sense. But unfortunately, I just simply cannot. As the Kitsune are now out, Eisomarto has yet again picked the forward forest to chop from. Now, this here is not something I think you really want to do. A forward forest, that's problems waiting to happen. Back forest, side forest, a little bit easier, especially with the potential to wall here and this already being nice and defensive. That being said, Eric hasn't scouted it just yet. So he doesn't know where to go. He's going to assume that he's back here, it looks like, as he's coming up and around. And he's going to look over here. Well, Eisomarto does get somewhat of a win where that's concerned. As in come the Kitsune and the Dwarves. They will retreat. Of course, you can drop Healing Spring over here, and it is somewhat of a defense as well. And into the main base, we've got Guardhouse, and Dojo from EricBR. So straight in to the Archer Ball. Kumiki straight away. Did he get his other upgrade as well? He got himself Saltwater. I don't remember what it's called. Saltwater what? Saltwater Spring? Actually, you know, thinking about Saltwater Spring,
Nanda.
why is the deer drinking from the saltwater spring? It's salt water. You can't drink salt water. Right? Am I wrong? Can deer drink salt water for some reason? Am I crazy? Maybe I am. I don't know. Someone tells me. Someone tell me. Anyway, got the Bushi coming out for the moment, and then straight into Yumi. It's going to be Samurai. It's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be Samurai, it's going to be Yumi, and it's going to be walls up for Eisomarto immediately. Of course, this does make sense as the Kitsune will come through, and immediately the villagers will garrison away, and back to chopping wood down. As the walls onto the front now, finally starting to come down. Meanwhile, over onto this side, more walls to come up, so of course Eisomarto gets access to this hunt there as well. And the main base for Eisomarto, the only question mark is this open? And to be honest, it does look like it is. Nope. Eric is trying to get in here. And he is not allowed to. So these Kitsune, what they have managed to do is not very much in terms of damage. But they have managed to force out a very defensive Norse. Now Eric moves forward. He has 2 samurai. He's got all these other units. And onto this side, the Herso get 2 whacks away. But those Kitsune, well, they are incredibly fast and will get away from anything. But not if they sit there on the wall and get smacked. Deer cannot drink pure ocean salt water, but they can drink slightly salty brackish water. There you go. The more you know. Wall gets taken down. Main base for Eisomarto now opened. It's up onto the top. A longhouse for Eisomarto. Another wall going to go down over here. As this wall also getting broken down. So the walls have created a little bit of time for Eisomarto in this game. But he spent on it. And Eisomarto just... Oh, Eric simply just took this out. Well, the Kitsune will come through, and the villagers will pull back into the main base. Did I see a giraffe in here? Was I just hallucinating? Oh. I don't know how that giraffe got into the main base, but apparently it was whacked all the way over here. All right, wooden wall getting taken out on the top. And, well, now the question here is, can Eric actually win this fight? He doesn't have the... He doesn't have the swampland god power to help him win this fight. He gets some damage done by killing off the walls, I guess, but that's not very much. Losing that samurai had to hurt. Of course, he does also have this this Kusanagi. But Eisomarto is feeling like it's time to take a fight. He does have a decent amount of upgrades, trying to get himself the ballistics tech in. As into the middle of the map comes Eisomarto. The fight will come down. Kusanagi needs to be dropped onto that back line. He drops onto the front line to try and keep those one Udor alive. But the Ursa coming straight back in. I wouldn't mind even seeing the healing spring getting dropped down here as the throw-in axeman focus firing down those samurai for the time being here. And that looks like another one going down, another one going down. The back line does get erased. As Eisomarto chasing units off over here. Ballistics not quite in, but it will help on this chase down as well. In comes the condemned soul for those one Udor, but Eisomarto, with the first big fight and the first big win here, he's got to be really careful. You can get excited with these sort of wins, but you do have to remember, now it's a a medium upgraded Susanoo. Simple play, especially with everyone being low HP, is retreat, healing spring, maybe a town center, and go from there. Ursa will split off and look to wall up this position. Makes sense. Eric on the backside. He's got options of more one Udor to keep on getting his Bushido ticking in. If you can stick it out in this classical age and keep Eisomarto here while fighting, then he's going to end up with a heavy versus classical or medium army. Meanwhile, Eisomarto will take the town center angle here. So this is a tough approach because this means you're probably sticking it out in the classical age, but you're going to have economy, and you're going to be facing up against heavy units versus your medium units for at least a little bit here. Into the main base, the raiding cavalry do get sent packing. Eisomarto is obviously holding on to healing spring for next game. And we do see more units coming in. We've also got the trolls coming through. I like this idea. I've been hyping this up a little bit, but I haven't yet had the full opportunity to see it from someone else doing it. Cave troll with ballistics ends up becoming a very, very difficult unit to play around. Because you can dodge the boulder, don't get me wrong. But you have to be moving your units to the right, and as soon as the boulder leaves those trolls, you got to run back to the left. And to be completely honest, it's not a skill that a lot of Age of Mythology players are well versed in. Eric has got himself a decent amount of units spent, and we see the Skadi coming through though from Eisomarto. That is huge. Healing Spring also coming up to get these units back up to full HP. If you can get this through without actually having a fight, and get himself to heavy, I like Eisomarto's chances in this game. Soup, I literally told you this. You would lie right next to me. I said it in plain English. Yes, the special attack gets ballistics.
Yo.
I know. I did tell you. Gah! Alrighty, onwards and upwards. Over onto this side. Samurai chilling in here as the raiding cavalry. Got to be careful. Running straight in. Gifting Bushido away is not the keys to success here for Eisomarto. I'm going to tell you the very, very lame way now for Eisomarto to have some very difficult to defeat strategy or tactic or whatever you want to call it. Nice raid here from the samurai. Pick off a couple of villages. But hill forts are the keys to success now for Eisomarto. It's simple. It's powerful. All he's got to do is get set up. Hill fort, or hill fort. Play defense. You're on 2 TC versus 1. More trolls coming through. And to this side, Eisomarto now getting the wooden gate slapped down. Or an axeman coming in onto this side as well. Unfortunately for Eisomarto, he hasn't really started anything with in terms of the hill fort gaming. We'll just back over onto this gold mine economic situation. No upgrades in the heroic age for either player. Of course, Raijin has just come in, but Eric hasn't started those upgrades just yet. He does have a lot of strong units. And the big difficulty here for Eisomarto, without question, is going to be keeping his throwing axeman alive versus Thunderburst. Eric's up to 2 town centers himself. He is behind on villagers. Hill fort over onto this side as the units do get spotted. Of course, a frost is perfectly fine and reasonable to just drop onto this army. And then he can look for all the raids. Trolls coming in! The troll special onto the villagers! Frost onto this top side as all of these units getting frozen. Of course, now Eisomarto running up here. He's going to be hit with a Thunderburst. He should just be looking for villager kills and sacking this town center. There's no real reason to even walk over there, but he's coming up. We'll see if he can make this happen as the trolls are on their way as well. Militarily speaking, or infrastructure, I don't like the amount of buildings I'm seeing here from Eisomarto. I'd love it if he had a few more. And nonetheless, coming in, we'll pick off some units up onto the top side before the Thunderburst comes down onto the backside now. Here comes the throwing axeman. Trolls over here as well. Got to save that special. There goes the Thunderburst as the trolls coming around. They could be attacking from above the cliff here as the throwing axemen need to shoot and scoot back. We'll get a couple of throws in. They don't send those units flying. The samurai don't get sent flying in the slightest here. Militarily speaking, after all is said and done, it's very, very close. There's no real heroes in for Eric either, as the trolls are looking incredible. Now there's some bushy, however, they need to get targeted down. The front line is ending up here as the trolls on the back, they're starting to go down, but so too do the bushy here as well. Eric loses all of his samurai, all of his Yumi archers. Eisomarto getting himself into an even better position. But the big problem is though, Bushido tier 3 is in. So full heavy. Plus a whole bunch of favor in for Eric. That means he can go into a whole bunch of Raiju or whatever else he wants. Now the Jarls are on the way. Of course, throwing Axeman versus Yumi Archer is pretty scary. He does have the trolls to deal with it though. Meanwhile, over onto this side, gold villagers getting targeted down as they will turn and get a little bit of shanking, but it's a bit too scary for him. Time to run to his army. Should be fine. The villagers will back onto the gold. Eisomarto now pulling back himself. The trolls have gotten 16 kills with 16,000, and there were a couple more of them. And in comes Eisomarto's army, looking to push off of this gold mine. Eric does have a gold mine back here as well, with plenty of gold in it, so he doesn't have to stay here. Frost Giants on the queue. So many units in queue right now for Eisomarto. He drops the forward healing. I hate that usage, but we'll see if it's going to work out. It does help his throwing axeman a lot as the Jarl's pulling back here. Heroes coming in to try and take out the Raiju as in comes the cave trolls. Targeting down that infernal one Udor as the idea is the healing spring gets stolen. I can't say I hate that healing spring any more than I do right now. Trolls trying to help with the Yumi archers, but they haven't targeted them down. As all the trolls are ending up falling. Can Eric make this happen as the Hursa continue to charge around? They get onto the throw in action again. Send them flying. Now he grabs the healing spring back again. And that there does end up being the game as Eric is out of gas. Eisomarto gets himself a game 5 with EricBR. The intensity. A very nicely played game from Eisomarto here. Super solid. Played a great early walling idea and survived the Susanoo rampage. Very, very solid play. That there has to feel good. But it feels good backing up into a game 5. Because, well, I mean, look, here's the thing. Eisomarto, he took out Magic. This guy means business. EricBR, though, he is the Scrim King. He's played many a best of 5. How many best of 1s has he played? Not many. There's one game left. Let's jump over the draft, see what they're going to pick for the last one. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. One last game. One last dollar. A Loki versus Tsukiyomi affair. Are we going in onto the map step? Yes, we are. An interesting one. Which god did not get picked? The Zeus didn't get picked from Eisomarto. And Eric did not pick Quetzalcoatl. That's kind of interesting. I'm surprised he didn't go for Quetzalcoatl here. Maybe he was scared of the Zeus? Quetzalcoatl versus Tsukiyomi is like a good matchup, right? Am I wrong on that? If you don't build Calpool. All right, Loki versus Tsukiyomi. Not an easy matchup at all. Where is Eric's photo? He is too handsome not to be shown. He requested his face to not be revealed. He is a man of mystery. Now, of course, if he does get into the LAN, his face will be revealed. I've been told there will be cameras. There will be cameramen. There will be webcams. It's all there. That's what I've been told. Alrighty. So, you'll send his Instagram here. Okay. I like it. Okay, so EricBR, Eisomarto. We got Loki and Tsukiyomi. Of course, the hard part about this from the Loki side of things is that the Tsukiyomi is simply just moving around the map at 6.6 speed. That's the hard part. Loki has got 5.5 speed Hursa, 6 speed raiding cavalry, 4.8 speed, potentially 5 speed herdman. It is a difficult one. I should put the timer on so you guys know what we're waiting for. You want your Boit coins? I'm not doing the mods are doing it. You got to ping the mods. If you see a guy with a green sword in the chat and the prediction has not been given, you can spam ping them. That's fine. All right. Loki and I do think here that the tricky part for Tsukiyomi is figuring out whether you need to build samurai or whether you need to ignore samurai and rush for Yumi archers. The Yumi archer is a difficult unit actually for Norse to deal with because it's got speed and it's got DPS. Which basically means, well, what are you going to do against it? Unless you got Freya. If you got Freya, then you've got the ability to chase them down and take them out, right? With your own raiding cavalry. But Loki doesn't have Freya. So we'll see. Archer equals bad. Okay. This is coming from a guy who will spam nothing but horse. All right. Into game number 5. Last game, EricBR, Eisomarto. They are putting on a show for you guys. So make some noise for him. We're in onto the map step. Aggressive map. Let's check it out. And off to the races we go into the left-hand corner of the map. EricBR as the Loki. In the right-hand corner of the map, Eisomarto as the Tsukiyomi. One last game in this best of 5 to see who gets to go on to the weekend. One step closer to that ticket to Athens. That being said, there really is no pressure on these players. Winning is better than losing for the entirety of your tournament chances, of course. But if Eric does lose this week, if Eisomarto, or sorry, this week, today, right now, or if Eisomarto does lose this game, we'll see them next week. It's not the end of the world. That being said, you want to get to the weekend. Getting that opportunity to play one more best of 5 to get that little bit more knowledge of what it feels like. Figure out your way through the best of 5. Your way to try and maximize your opportunity to win in the next week. That's important. Eric here is Loki. His base, incredibly open. No forests around on the front at all. There are forests on the back. Easy to wall. 1, 2. But then what? Relics on the map. Anything important? Demeter's throne. For the ox cart rush, we saw that once today. Didn't work out too well. This does take the ox carts down to, I think, 10-10. Very cheap. Dwarven calipers here as well for the siege and Kinemetsen. Coming a little bit cheaper. Up onto the top side, we do have the Black Lotus. This is Farm and Shenong Farms. Plus 10% of base there. And finally, Staff of Dionysus. All right. Horse Eddie on the way. We've also got Inari Okami on the way. So no wild Amano Uzume shenanigans. Nothing for Young Goat here. This is going to be a very difficult situation to deal with regardless. We'll see what angle Eric wants to go. Does he go full Herser? He is going 4 cities, so no Heimdall shenanigans. No mass walling shenanigans here. Eisomarto does find himself in a position where it's not the best for Hunt here. He could have herded this one gazelle to be on the back here, so it could be a little bit safer. If he comes and he kills this gazelle out here, then, well, Eric could raid that. That could be some issues. Goat situation. Let's do a goat count. 20 goats for Eisomarto to 6. A huge advantage for Eisomarto. He's got his double stable up right now. They're starting to come through. EricBR with his great haul on the back. In comes the Eisomarto Kitsune as the Hersa. They are there, and they just kind of high-five each other. You love to see it. A little bit of camaraderie, sportsmanship. So Eisomarto actually says, I'm going to walk out to the second hunt here. He's been very aggressive on this. Learning from one Husk Soup, I believe. As the Zuragumo is out, and he does get immediately sent packing. While this is going on, Naginata Riders are going to be searching for their own kills. Eric also says, hey, I'll go to my own food here, as into the main base. The dwarves pulling back, running around. Eisomarto trying to get some kills here. Will he be able to? No. But idle time caused. Also the Berserk onto the top. Getting love tapped a little bit. And picks that one off. But the Kitsune is going down. Let's get out of there. Just barely. With the life of that Kitsune. As the building up here goes down. Naginata Riders splitting off. Almost getting the Vil pick. But will bail out of there afterwards. Now, of course, Eisomarto has the angle here to simply retreat to his base and look for heals from his Miko. So these early fights, not the best. Villagers over here getting pulled back. I think you're probably not getting a Vil pick here all too often. You are going to lose the Kitsune. You want to lose the Kitsune ever. I don't like that decision from Eisomarto. Now he has to build 2 more. Or at least 1 more, I should say. Does he have the upgrade? He doesn't have the upgrade. But a Hersa going down on the front here. As the rest do speed walk out of there. Meanwhile, Sashimon Bannerman to come through. That's 10% extra hit points for those Naginata Riders, as well as bonus damage versus Cav. Villager differential, 22 to 23. Damage has been done. Damage has been received. Now, Eisomarto moving out onto his watermill. And we will have the tech switch into Samurai. One of the best things about Japan is the ease of countering your opponent's army. The Samurai on the way, Longhouse is coming down, and look at this from Eric. That one spy gives him all the information he needs to know. Samurai in, that means throw an axeman. While that's going on though, in come the Naginata Riders. As the villagers react, and he doesn't get there. The villager not fast enough. It goes down. Nice find from Eisomarto. Great reaction from Eric, but these are very speedy. This is always the issue of Norse versus Japan, is the speed at which Japan gets around the map. Walls are incredibly important, as the Naginata Riders say, see you later. I'm out of here. Now, on top of this, the fact of the matter is, Eisomarto still has 17 goats, and he's got husbandry. He doesn't need to leave his base. Why leave your base? Just keep raiding Eric into the ground. No need to get onto Hunt here. Goats gather as fast as Hunt does, actually. 0.99 versus 0.9 here, actually, because these are Norse villages. If they're Greek villages, they'd be at 1, right? More houses coming up from Eric. As it is full Hersa, full send. Eric has his armory. He wants armory upgrades. For those of you who don't know, heroes do benefit a little bit more from their armor upgrades than anything else. So in comes the Hersa. The villagers idle for the time being. Juragumo here will end up getting taken down as the Samurai get a couple of smacks off onto this one. This one Samurai is somewhat stuck inside of the tower. It gets pushed in while this is going on. The Naginata Riders trying to hit the villagers, but now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for EricBR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. Eric pulling back. What can he do? Some Herdmen? Potentially. Could be an idea. Eric up onto the top, onto that hunt there. Will Eisomarto sniff that out? He's going after houses for the time being. The Ondamusha is checking out the gold mine as the Ondamusha sees those villages. These Naginata riders need to move. They're not going there. Let's Eric back into his main base. Eric does have some goats to play with. Hachiman pre-queued for Eisomarto. Obviously getting to that next stage would be very nice. A couple more buildings coming down. As Eisomarto can just continue to enjoy all of the hunt in the world. He's got himself how much gold? 600. So he can get to the next age, but the issue with going next age here is he doesn't really have an option to help him get that gold mine if Eric can get some sort of a timing. But the problem is, does it matter? Eric's got a lot of gold in the bank, but he can't really make himself out an army to punish a heroic age at this point. Armory going down. Units getting ready to push forward. Miko helping out. Eisomarto for the time being. What has he got? 2 samurai. That's it. So the Hursa is still going to be strong, but I don't know if it matters. Eisomarto can also get his next upgrade. Lots and lots of food. Still producing units, but his gold mine is going to be expiring. There is an angle here for Eric. The issue is he can't raid, because if he sends the Hursa out and he gets caught, he loses a ton of stuff. The Herdmen are in. Somewhat scary for Eisomarto, but he's got Swampland. Eisomarto continuing to try and push forward, continuing to try and get damage. The Miko just enjoying healing from the time being. For the time being. That's what I meant to say. Into the middle now. Eisomarto going for his next gold mine. Now, luckily for Eisomarto, this is not scouted in its entirety from Eric. But Eric will know that the gold is finished in the main base. Is now another fight to come through. Swampland does get dropped down. In comes the healing spring from Eric. He needs to win this fight. Samurai, not many of them are in. The Herdmen, they are getting a decent amount of damage through. But it's looking like Eisomarto is going to be coming out of here. The Ondamusha take out those myth units. Heavy comes through. Bushido tier 3 is in. Eric gets destroyed on that fight, taps out, and Eisomarto is your winner as he takes game 5 with Tsukiyomi. Insane play from Eisomarto here. He was on the money with the raids, on the money with the defense. I don't know if the forward hunt grab was just pure bait and he was happy to just run as soon as the units came through. I don't know, but that's where things started going wrong from Eric. We're going to be seeing Eisomarto on the weekend. Better luck next week to EricBR. A close series, but Eisomarto too strong today. If you guys enjoyed, you make sure you hit that follow button. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Feel free to hit the subscribe or grab a membership on YouTube if you want. And we'll see you in the next one. But for now, let's just check out the bracket and see exactly what we are going to see here. Well. So the results are in. Mosca did take out HellsRavage in 3 games. Don't know what exactly that was going to be, but we're waiting on whether it's going to be Mini Yeti versus Matador versus Mosca next. The next series below that, they're both playing tomorrow on Friday. On Friday, they're both playing tomorrow Friday, right? So we're going to watch those tomorrow. We've got Grass, Illuminati, 3DB Garneth. And we've got the Tunison Eisomarto Showdown on Saturday. Soup Magic on Saturday as well. All right, guys, I want to thank you all for hanging out with me today. It is time for the stream to finish up. So remember, tomorrow, the schedule is looking like at 1500 GMT, 3DB Garneth. Then much, much later at 20 GMT, it's Mini Yeti El Matador. I'm probably not going to be streaming those. We've got Grass and Illuminati at 2200 GMT. So it's quite late for me there. So I'm probably not going to be watching those two. But we might find someone else to do that. Not sure. Anyways, let me find someone to raid and I will be out of here. Blackadder's plays is cast in the Athenian League, so go send him some love. And I will see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me. See you later. Bye for now. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.